segregated, and everything. It's probably bringing us closer together. I think that the green versus blue bubbles was tearing us apart.
Yeah.
I'm
I think
trying
it
to
was a
get
good way
some
for
Asian ladies, and they love the androids, but it's not working.
I think it was a good way for women to be able to filter out some bad dick. They'd be like, oh, this motherfucker can't. He's hitting me with green bubbles. He can't fuck good.
except the Asian ladies, they're like, oh, he's hitting me with green bubbles. He has a penis that can fit into my vagina.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's why they love the android. I bet.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they get
that's why
the
it's so big.
green bubbles, and they know it's under 6 inches.
Yeah,
Only a small dicked ass motherfucker would be
yeah, which
rocking an
there's
android.
nothing wrong with.
Yeah,
Which
There's nothing wrong
there's
with it. There's
absolutely nothing wrong with.
dude, have you seen some of the new androids though? I see them at the casino playing poker, which is very. You don't realize how many Asians live around you until you go play poker, and
Dude,
then they're all
Asians love
there.
the casino.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
but
Asians love to gamble.
there's androids now that like fold in half, fold in quarters, and like fit into your pocket and everything. The screens are all like rounded and they got speakers on them, and then they like fold up into nothing and you throw them in your pocket. It's
Yeah, I don't
insane.
get that. I don't get the appeal of the folding phones or like the phone that folds out into like two
Dude,
screens.
we yearn for the fold because cell phones started with folding.
Yeah,
It
true.
was flip phones, and then they took that away from us, and now we have been trying to figure out a way to get back to being able to fold our phones.
Yeah, my first cell phone was my aunt's old phone, and it was a pink Razor.
Hell yeah,
Yeah,
dude!
Yeah, dude.
that was
When we was
that
in
was my
middle
second
school,
phone.
yeah, when we was in middle school, that was the pussy getting phone was the Motorola Razor.
I started on the Nokia pull-out antenna. Oh, then I got the Nokia no pull-out, the hard nub antenna. Then I went to
Oh
the
yeah,
Razor Fold. So I'm an OG. But I was texting on the Nokia. I had I forget what it was called. There was they're T-Mobile now, but I think it was like Omni Point or something. And they were the first one to do text messages. It's pretty dope.
What was that? What was that super sick phone right before smartphones came out? It was like
in the
the
Nokia
flip.
Engage.
Oh, the
No,
BlackBerry,
the
the
flipped. It was
sidekick.
like the sidekick,
Oh,
dude.
the
That's what it was.
sidekick.
Yeah, the one that just like flipped up, and then you had like a whole like little keyboard, and then you could also play games on it.
Yeah.
Damn, dude, I miss that year. I miss the early aughts of cell phoneage.
Yeah, there's like a whole side of TikTok and YouTube now that's like just dedicated to like remember when cell phones were fun and had dumbass designs because it's just all these people were like
Yeah.
remember when they used to do remember when they were just trying some shit and it brought me back because I was looking at like some guy going through all the phones. It was like all the phones I would see commercials for, and I was like, dude, I can't believe people ever were buying this shit.
Yeah.
This looks like it sucks.
Yeah, back when you had to press like 60 keys to get out like a 6-word message.
Yeah,
Oh, the
when
keyboard
you had
was
to hit that key, dude.
revolutionary.
I remember that, dude. There was some like because I didn't really get a cell phone until probably high school. Like it was like a Sony Ericsson flip phone, and then like I think it was like my senior year was when the iPhone came out like 07. So I didn't get an iPhone until I was like going off to college. So it's
I was
just like all through high school. That's actually the folks. That's the reason I didn't get any pussy in high school. Because I had a Sony Ericsson flip phone. Everybody
We
else
didn't
had
have
iPhones.
cell phones. Some parents may have had car phones when I was in high school, but in my 20s, I was one of my first friends to have a cell phone because I just decided not to get a landline, and it was very rare you had to pay for minutes, and you're like, bro, you're calling me off peak hours right now. I can't answer the phone until after 8 p.m., dude. It's too expensive.
Yeah, the smartphones, the iPhone specifically came out when I was in basic training in the Air Force. And when I got out, that was like my first major purchase was my iPhone. And Yeah, no, I've been addicted to pornography ever since.
Oh, dude, it revolutionized being
Yeah,
off.
yeah, just being able to jack off
Just take your porn with you wherever you want to go,
yeah.
dude.
I
Hop into
did.
the library at the Texaco and the library. I mean, the bathroom. I
I bought
mixed
an
up two
iPad.
different public places I've jacked off: the bathroom at the library and the bathroom at the Texaco.
Yeah, I
And then
never.
I just made up a thing that's a gas station library, which would be cool that you could also jack off in.
Yeah, it's like a library, but you can also get like talkies.
Yeah, because I mean, all throughout Oklahoma, like if you drive around Oklahoma, every gas station that's on Indian land has a casino in it. So
True.
why? How about why couldn't we do a gas station that has a library?
Yeah, true. Yeah, I would have never masturbated at work if it wasn't for smartphones.
Oh, for sure, dude.
Yeah, dude. Just
So
being
I
able
got
to.
an iPod when it first came out, and they were like this size. So you would have like 1,000 songs on like this iPod.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And one of my buddies like, "Oh, you got that?" He's like, "You can put porn on there." And I was like, "What?" So he was already like putting porn on the screen to watch like GIFs, I guess, or whatever they
No,
were.
you
They
could
weren't
you
like
could
You
put
could put
movies.
movies.
videos.
Yeah, you could put videos on those. On the it was the
I mean,
iPod Touch. It came
I
out
mean,
right before the iPhone.
no, the original iPod. I think you could. Maybe not on the very, very first one, but when they had like an actual LCD screen,
Yeah, you could put
you could
music videos on them, but
yeah,
he
you could
figured out
watch
how
like
you could put other
480p
videos on
Gianna
there.
Michaels clips on a fucking little square iPod screen.
Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah.
I remember being in the Air Force. I had my iPhone, but I also had my iPod Touch, and there was one of the dumbest people I've ever met in the Air Force. His name was Chase Renfro, and he was my friend, but he was fucking dumbass. And we both had iPod touches, and we were like switching off playing like the music at this like little get together that we're having.
Mm-hmm.
And the next day I was going to be taken off to California to go see my family, and he happened to switch up our iPod touches. And like my iPod Touch had like like a bunch of cool shit like Hella, Cap and Jazz, like American football, like all this stuff that like I particularly like manicured
You
to.
done drove this dumbass boy to suicide.
Yeah,
He
and
plugged in that iPod Touch. It was like, why am I so sad now?
yeah. But I got his iPod Touch and only had on it was like Blink 182 and like 30 Seconds to Mars. And I had to like go the whole plane ride listening to like this bullshit.
It sounds like y'all both taught each other some things.
Yeah.
It sounds like you.
you think he was dumb, but maybe he was a genius and he's like, all right, I'm gonna steal
Nah,
all this music.
he
and
was
listen
kind of
to it.
dumb. I remember one time going to his dormitory room. In the Air Force, we call them dormitories. We don't call them barracks. I went to his dorm room, and he told me about how he had like, because we all used to smoke spice, but back when like spice
Oh, were you
was.
stationed on Arrakis?
Yeah.
Hey-o.
We used to smoke spice, like the synthetic weed.
Yeah, I smoked it a lot.
And he got tired of like going to buy like the little packets from the smoke shop, so he bought like the actual chemical that they would spray on the
He bought
shit.
the JD-0148.
Yeah.
The cannabinoid.
And I went to his dorm room, and he had like all these like crushed, like dried out like vegetation, and he found like an aerosol, and he was like spraying this shit on there. And I was like, dude, you are gonna get in so much fucking trouble when the first sergeant finally inspects your room. Yeah, it was nuts. That guy, I remember one time, like, he was driving me somewhere and I was like fearing for my life. And I was like, dude, you are a fucking horrible, terrifying driver. And his reasoning for why he wasn't a bad driver, he was like, dude, I've never been in an accident. How could I be a fucking bad driver? I was like, one,
That's
you're 20 years-
ironclad logic, Drew. You can't
That's
argue
You
not-
know what
that's
though?
not
It kind of
ironclad.
is. It's an objective truth, if you ask me.
No,
I'm on
Like,
his
I've
side
been in
right
so
now.
many accidents, and so I have no way to refute the claim that I'm a bad driver.
He was if I was riding with him for like 48 hours straight, we would be in an accident at some point. Negate sleep, negate like any of that kind of stuff. Like you spend enough time with that guy in a car, you're gonna be in a fucking accident. But yeah, shout out Chase Renfro.
Well, I'm glad he was behind the wheel of a jet airplane with bombs in it. Then
You know what else? That guy. No.
Oh, by the way, shout out to Miss Renfro's Tomatillo Salsa Verde on your local grocery store shelves now. That's a good salsa.
You know what else about that guy is that him and I both worked IT. Like basically, like we both had the same job in the Air Force, except he worked base IT and then I worked combat communication.
you worked the shaft.
And yeah, I worked the shaft. And that dude ended up staying in the Air Force for like 8 years, and he got all these like certificates for IT, and he ended up working for Microsoft. He makes like a shitload of money now.
Oh, you're the one that's stupid.
Yeah, I'm the retard.
Yeah, you're the one that's dumb. He's just kind of bad at driving.
He stole your music. He works for Microsoft. He's never been in a car accident. The guy sounds like he kicks ass.
Sometimes I do think that I do wonder about like tech people. Like I wonder if coding is just like coding seems like it's got to be just like learning like a series of steps, just like being able to follow a series of
yeah, it's like learning a language.
but it seems like you can brute force yourself into being able to do coding just by learning like the sequence of things you need to do. Because I've met so many people in tech that are fucking dumb.
Yeah,
where you go, I don't understand how you make more money than me.
You know how there's a science crisis? There's going to be a coding crisis because a lot of these coders are not good. They actually go on to like URLs and cut and paste a URL into their code so that the code like goes into and grabs these packets that are already made. And that's going to be a problem down the line. So,
yeah, I mean, a lot of there was a big exploit in coding where you could just like fake it until you make it. But I think now with like AI being able to code better than actual coders, you're only going to have the top of the top who are going to be the people who have AI code something and then they review it. And then they, you know what I mean? They basically edit. They're like editors for AI.
did you see that AI agent that's able to find hacks and it found like 1,000+ hacks in a day?
Oh, did he go to the comedy store?
Yeah. Did you go to the tiny cupboard?
Yeah, did he go to the comedy mothership?
Found all these hacks, and then they looked into it and they thought that like somebody created a code, an AI agent to do it, and then checked the agent first, and then like checked if it was real or whatever. But now they are able to have like audit this stuff very quickly with AI agents to go through and double check the code.
Ladies
so
and
the
gentlemen,
coders the AI is coding itself.
We showed a bot 100 hours of Kill Tony, and now the grid is down. All of the internet just took its own life.
That would be good. Yeah.
Hey, check this out.
You don't like Tony two times or whatever his name is?
Tony 2 inches.
I forget the guy from Jersey that's making the rounds now.
Wait, check this out.
Get up. You're going down, Johnny. Good idea.
Dude, that's the cool phone I was talking about.
Yeah. This got Asian guys so much pussy when this commercial came out or whatever this
The
is.
T-Mobile Sidekick.
Yeah.
Unlimited service for $30.
Yeah, that's back when phones were fun, dude. Now it's just like, now the commercials is just like a like a fat Mexican bitch at the AT&T store, and they're like, we'll buy out your contract from the other people, and you get an iPhone on us. And she's like, "Ay, Dios mío."
Dios mío.
Yeah,
You just had to lock in for 10 years.
Yeah, you just gotta let us like rope you into a binding contract where we're allowed to butt fuck you at every turn, and that's AT&T, baby. That's fucking every provider, dude. There's
I'm
no.
on Mint. I actually love them. It's like $250 a year.
You know
for
what?
Unlimited everything on
If
Mint.
you're cool,
$250 a year.
Yeah, it was. I use a lot of Wi-Fi now, but I was paying like $150 a month on Verizon and got great service everywhere. But I looked into Mint Mobile, it was like $450 for like really good service all the time. But if you're on Wi-Fi most of the time, for like $250, you can get unlimited everything for the year.
Mint Mobile, like those kinds of providers have a good deal where you could like, if you're willing to front load it, like just pay for the year up front, you get it at like a crazy discount. Yeah. It's like really cheap. And I guess like what towers does Mint use?
So it uses T-Mobile. The only thing that stinks is that you get your minutes every month. So once you use like whatever the minimum plan is of 5G, the rest of the month is 4G.
Yeah, they'll throttle you.
It throttles you, but it's not 4G like when 4G used to be 4G. It's 4G you and all the other poor people using. So
yeah, because you're second tier on the T-Mobile tower, so you're already getting like not as good of a plan.
But my phone is hooked up to Wi-Fi, so like most of the days, all my calls, all the videos, everything I watch at home is on Wi-Fi.
Oh shit!
It's only when I leave the house that it's like streaming data. So if you're plugged into a bunch of places, it's super cheap for the year. It's like $15 a month or something.
Thank you, Andrew Gillis. 20 Crackamico dollars.
Is $20 Canadian more than USD?
I don't know the conversions.
We're not a match.
Yeah, keep them coming because I guess I'm getting sued for defamation by Dasha Nekrasova. So, I need all the help I can get.
Actually, that would be the best thing that could possibly happen to your career, Dalton. If that happened, you would get so much press, dude.
Yeah, we'd start a GoFundMe for you. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, just her responding to me tweeting something about her is like, well, this is good for me. Like, whatever happens now is like, you've given me what I want, attention.
We're going to have her on the show because once we get Perry on, we can talk to him.
Yeah, I have no, by the way, I have no reservations, Anthony Bourdain, with associating with Dash in some way. I do suspect that her and Anna are like part of being funded through some kind of shady back channel that, all roads lead to Palantir. But that's like not unique to them. I mean, he's trying to control a lot of the media. So
what did their show used to be? Like it started
I think that's what I can't like
I thought it was for gay guys, right?
I can't figure out what's going on with them because like it seems like back in when there was that sort of epicenter, that nexus of like Red Scare, their show, and Chapo Trap House, Come Town, Jake Flores' show.
Oh, Jake Flores had a show?
Jake Flores still has a podcast.
I gotta watch that,
I would say like back in 2015, 2016, there was like a number of shows that were either explicitly left-wing or just somehow in the realm of whatever the left-wing movement was at that time, which at the time was like the Bernie Sanders campaign, right?
Yeah,
so that was like the fertile ground from which like Chapo Trap House and Come Town and Red Scare were birthed, and then there was like Jake was doing something. He could have been part of that, but then I don't know. I guess he decided he'd rather be homeless. And so and so like Red Scare was, I think, like a Bernie Democratic Socialist left-leaning show, and then something happened along the way where
one of them started fucking the Republican, and then their political ideas changed?
Nah, more likely they just got money from somebody, or they just leaned into the grift and they realized.
Yeah, I think they were just like trying to get the bag, but I can never listen to it because like I don't know how anybody could just sit there and listen to their voices for an hour.
You don't like vocal fry?
Oh yeah,
vocal fry with a question at the end.
Yeah, their voices are very grating.
Yeah.
But yeah, somewhere along the way the switch flipped where they're now like right wing. They're like very right wing, Republican, conservative. They're hanging out with RFK Jr. and Alex Jones and going to all the tea parties that whatever's going on.
Yeah, they're going to Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, so it's like, you know, and so like the way that George Soros is sort of this boogeyman to like right wing conspiracy theorists, that, you know, all the right wing people are like, George Soros is funding this and that. Peter Thiel is sort of that, but for left wing people. So I guess like gay, commie,
almost gay, right?
Do what?
Peter Thiel's gay. He's a gay man.
I think a lot of these tech guys, regardless of what they say they are not even like sexual. I don't even think they have like a preference for like
they're post-sex.
Yeah, they're post-sex.
Yeah.
They exist. Yeah, they've transcended the flesh and are now.
It's all about power to them. So whoever they can make submission, male or female.
Yeah, they're trying to become beings of pure light.
Yeah, they're robosexual.
Oh, nice. Thank you, Brosos, for $10 money to buy that Dasha shit coin. Now, that shit's a scam, dude. I would not buy any fucking celebrities meme coin. I'm not.
Dasha's a celebrity now.
Well, she was on season 3 of Succession.
Yeah.
I didn't know her career was doing so well.
No, she's
in a movie that's in the theaters.
I thought she just fucked Indian guys in
she's
film.
She doesn't fuck Indian guys.
And,
she married an Indian guy?
Not now. When she was doing that, there's a video of her naked, rolling around with a naked Indian man. It was the movie that she was doing when she was dating Adam Friedland. It's an independent film. We can bring photos up of it.
Somebody find that film and specifically the clip of her rolling around.
You can. It's on. I've watched it because I watched it during the Cumtown era when they were hinting at it. It's on Mr. Skin. Actually, this is a good time to take a break here. We're starting the corn-fed alpha male attack on the internet. Everybody knows him. He does not need an introduction. Today is everybody's friend of the show. Drew Flores is joining us.
Oh, yeah. Welcome to the show. Welcome.
Yeah, he starts off an ensemble of great guests that we have, but we're starting off with Drew today. Everybody knows pretty much where to find you on Twitter. You want to promote anything up at the top?
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter at DrewFlores69. If you're in this chat, I'm pretty sure you already follow me or know my account. I'm part of Dork Court. We have Dork Court coming up on Monday, 6:30, I believe is what it is. We have Sydney Gant and Ryan Shaner going to be on. We're going to be live from this place called The Rose. You can find that. You can watch that at 9 p.m. Eastern on, twitch.tv/like Kool-Aid and youtube.com at Dork Court. And it's going to be fun. I'm not sure who's going to be there as guests, but Miguel told me today that a lot of people are going to show up. So it should be a good time. I have not written new material for it, so you're going to see me shit myself. Yeah, I know, but
that's great though. Shaner and Sydney are great representing Philly.
Yeah,
those guys will be the next two guys come out.
They're going to be like the only ones that still live there.
Yeah,
shipping off to Austin.
Well, you still got the Durag and the Deer Tag guys, which
Naeem
will be here next week. So tune in next week for Naeem Ali.
I don't know what all these fucking guys are thinking going to Austin. They're gonna get hit with like their first Texas summer and be like, "Man, I've made a mistake."
Yeah.
I should
They already
not be
talk
here.
about that. Shane was saying that they lost power, and he's like, and within 20 minutes, your whole house is 90 degrees. You open a window, and now you got bugs everywhere. It's like, it sucks.
Dog, yeah, this whole like whatever they're trying to make Austin into, it's like y'all motherfuckers are not ready. Even Texans can't fucking handle that. I grew up in that shit, and it's like every summer, come July, it's like, well, we just ain't doing shit until September. Then
There's a guy in the chat called the Coward Boys.
oh yeah, he's cool.
Oh, he's tight.
I gotta catch up on Lily's podcast because she did a whole thing on Peter Thiel. I gotta watch.
Yeah.
She says here Teal wants to be transhuman. I got folks
I
check out
can see that.
podcast. The Lily
What exactly is
Abernathy.
transhumanism again? Is that
It's
like
Kate,
wanting to
like
become
Caitlyn
like
Jenner and Elliot Page and
So I
but isn't it like
posted-
also wanting to be like a cyborg or like an android?
yeah, I guess it's like wanting to I guess like become technology.
It's like Deus Ex. It's
I think
like,
they view biology as like an outmoded technology. So like the like our like actual meat and sinew and viscera is just like, you know, human 1.0. It's like the human
that's antiquated.
Yeah, and so they're trying to like upgrade them to get. They want to become like pure technological silicon based life forms, which has been because I remember even like taking organic chemistry classes in college, right? And when so when they're telling you about, I'm going to butcher this. I can't remember it that well, but like we're like carbon based because like carbon is capable of some kind of bonding, right? So it's very good at like bonding with other things, other elements. And so they tell you when you take those classes, like the only other element that is good for like that similar bonding is silicon, and it can do 5. And so they go, it is possible for there to be like we haven't found one, but there is like the way we understand elements that there could be a silicon based life form. Well, what is that but the computer?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Now, all right, so in transhumanism, like if we evolve into this new kind of like technological being, will our penises still feel good when we have sex?
You won't even, but I don't even think you'll think of feeling good in that way.
So you will lose the interest in sex.
We're gonna transcend sex.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm down with this.
So,
not that I have much sex right now, but you know what I mean? I like to look forward to the opportunity of having it. The same way that like Republicans that are poor look forward to the opportunity of being rich, even though they won't be. That's how I am with sex.
I get, or you could just be like run program sex.
Ooh,
and then initiate bust protocol.
Yeah. It'd be like Star Trek where you'd go into the
you go to the holodeck and
you'd be like computer generate ASIC.
But that's still a human interacting with technology, so it would be more just like, I guess, like Data plugging himself into something and then like running a program of having sex and ejaculating. Yeah, and it all happens in like a split second.
Bus.exe.
He's like, Data, what is this mess in your trousers?
Like,
why would Dr. Singh program you to bust? What is this? What is the fluid? What is the chemical makeup of the fluid in Data's balls?
Dude. So you just like bust out nanomachine. Well, see, there has to be a way to bust if we're gonna like transform into computer.
Well, they've already figured out the bust
upload
thing.
me to the computer. I need some assurance I can still bust.
People will kill themselves. They already figured out a way that they can just put a bust button in your brain, and like every rat that they put a bust button in their brain,
they have
just
rats
kills
busting.
himself. So they touch the part of the brain that makes the rat orgasm, and like within a couple hours.
Is reality though is what I'm asking.
Yeah. They don't actually come. It just hits the orgasm center, so you feel that pleasure, and they just kill themselves. But they just hit the button until they die.
That shit would be worn out like
that's the plot of Infinite Jest.
Yeah. I
Basically, what
posted a
happens
link
if it
in
does.
the private chat of a guy that I think basically is a transhuman that has probes into his brain and his skull that he's paralyzed, but these shock the centers of his brain to allow him to walk and make the
Damn, dude,
nervous
this
systems
guy
connect.
This guy
fucked
looks
up.
awesome.
So if you want to play this thing, I posted this on my Twitter a couple days ago on the 20th, but this is pretty cool. It's 2 minutes.
this guy
but we
looks
can
so
pause
cool.
it.
He looks like a like that one.
He looks like a Cenobite.
Yeah, he looks
Bring
like
it
a
up for
Cenobite.
for the chat, and we can watch a little bit of
He
it.
looks like that one guy in Tekken that does the wind up. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, this guy looks awesome, dude. He is a Cenobite.
In January of 24 was implanted with 6 Utah arrays. You know, this is like 50 plus years after my spinal cord injury. For the first time in human history, it is implanted in the prefrontal cortex. It's the first time that the FDA had ever given permission for an implant to be put into the prefrontal cortex, which, you know, is kind of the seat of our higher levels of reasoning and, you know, executive functioning. There are 3 what are called pedestals that sit on the top of my head. Kind of
This freaks me out.
what I
the
call
touch.
a
Yeah, it's freaking me out a lot.
Yeah.
A Cyberhawk.
All in a
That's
line
awesome.
up the center of your
Yeah.
head. Yeah,
I
yeah.
want one of these.
Yeah. These pedestals,
He just
the
starts touching that and he busts.
you know, screws off. When everything's hooked up, there's, you know, 380 some channels that are able to be recorded.
You know, from what I recall, there was some conversation during our panel discussion that your neurosynapses are firing in a rhythmic and even a tonal way.
You know, I wanted to use my own sounds of my neurons firing in a song, particularly in the context of performing music and performing with, you know, a band. Would that alter the specific individual neurons that are
Yeah,
firing?
this guy's like
And would I be able
transhumanism,
to
Moby.
incorporate that in an artistically interesting way? Obviously, you know, it's different. If I sing, could I learn to sing and activate specific neurons at the same time? And, you know, it would kind of be an additional instrument almost. Can neurons sing?
Oh,
Oh,
can
damn,
they?
dude. That's crazy.
Just, I'd be scared to, like, you're near Ari Shafir with those things, and he just thinks it's funny to, like, knock your brain off by popping one of them, because they're, how do you even sleep?
Nah, Ari Shafir thinks that it's like that black cube that Jews have on their forehead.
Oh, so
Yeah,
you
he
leave
thinks
them
it's a
alone?
phylactery.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't. I just
So-
wouldn't be near him ever. So that's what I gotta worry about.
So there's some good uses of, like, transhumanism where they're going to make people walk or give you a hand, or if you've seen that lady that now that they have Wi-Fi, you can have a Wi-Fi hand.
Busting
Where-
makes me feel good.
The hand can be away from your arm and you can control it with your mind because you control the hand here, and then the Wi-Fi connects to the hand and you don't even have to be near it. So she can, like, even take that and set up things of her house and move her hand like this, and it, like, turns the lights on and off through Wi-Fi. So there's some dope things you can do with
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, but what if you
transhumanism.
get hacked by scammers and then you look at your wife and
Yeah.
you're like, you have 7 days to pay your tolls, or your driver's license will be suspended.
Well, that's
Do
why I
not
don't want a
do not
Tesla.
redeem.
yeah. You're
Don't you
just-
feel like
There's
they're
an
gonna
engine.
start killing people with Teslas? Like, they're gonna drive them into trees and stuff, and they take control of them and, like, murder people in these automated cars.
Maybe, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. The technology there's too much technology. That's the problem.
I think it's too
You're
controlled. It's too,
anti-technology.
Dude, do not, dude.
I'm
You get me
anti.
eating into the microphone.
Yeah, what do
You
you
be scaring the hose enough.
Listen.
Now you're just making chewing noises.
Guys, I know you miss Sal, so I'm trying to do my best. This is all I got.
What are you eating?
Watermelon, bro.
Dude,
You don't need water. Do you have
likes it.
do you have tahini on that?
You guys,
I
yeah,
don't.
you hit
Just
that with
straight
a
up
little tahini?
watermelon.
Yeah, you
Maybe
need to get a
some
little tahini
Lucas.
on there.
I guess or no, I guess
It's summertime here, dude. It's 72 degrees in here. I'm partying, dude. I had fish tank on earlier.
I don't know how anybody watches that shit.
I haven't watched it. Ricky really just scratches like an itch in my head of funniness. So I like watching Ricky. I know a lot of people don't find him
scratch an
funny.
itch on himself. It looks like.
Wait, what?
Yeah, dude.
We're
I think
talking
he
about
rules,
Fish
dude.
Tank.
Yeah.
Ricky Berwick. One of my favorite people with deformities.
Oh hell yeah, dude! I miss Crip Daddy, dude. R.I.P. to the legend.
Rest in peace, Crip Daddy.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Crib Daddy died a long
Yeah.
time ago now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
a couple years
Where's
sad.
the time ago?
Yeah. It stinks because I still follow him on IG, but because my account got blocked, now I can't follow his old account on Twitter.
You can't reminisce.
I can't reminisce about him following me on my old account. Yeah.
Yeah. Ricky probably doesn't have too long left either.
No, he was only supposed to.
He's defying all the odds at this
He
point.
had 48 hours. When he was born, they said he was done in 48 hours. So he's living the dream, dude. Like,
he's not.
Yeah.
I mean,
he went through some mental stuff recently with like his family and streaming and playing video games on thing, but I think he's got a good sense of humor.
When I look at Ricky Berwick, at no point do I look at looking at him do I think, man, that's the dream.
Yeah, but it depends. So if he's got a good mindset about it, and I'd be interested in talking to him about, he was only supposed to get 48 days. So if he gets to live where he thinks he's not going to wake up tomorrow, he gets to live every day. Like, whatever, I could be dead tomorrow. So let's fucking do this.
If he cherishes it, he does. From his prior streams, he has hung out with hot girls. Maybe one of these girls, like give him a little some.
Yeah.
There was that guy remember that QAnon documentary, like that little dude in a wheelchair who like he was part of like the incel community, and then he went to the Philippines and he fucked that chick from the Philippines, and then he told the people in his incel community about it, and they were like, fuck you, bro, like you can't be here.
I feel betrayed.
Because he was no longer involuntary celibate.
Yeah, they kicked him out of the incel community because he got Philippine.
Because I think he like came into that. He came into the group chat or whatever it was and said, "Hey guys, you're not gonna like this. You're not gonna like it." It really solved every problem.
Crabs in a bucket,
really just
dude.
need to get some pussy.
He stopped affiliating with like 8chan. He stopped like being racist. He's like, spoke out against that stuff.
Yeah, remember hide your sister, hide your mom, hide your dad. They're raping everybody out here. When Daniel Tosh had him on the second time, and he's like, "So you're not gay anymore?" And he's like, "No, come on, you're not gay anymore. He's like, "No, I have a wife and kids." He's like, "Come on." He's like, "How do you just go from being gay to being straight?" And he's like, "Dan, have you had pussy?" And that was literally his answer. Like, "Oh, I tried pussy and it's really good."
Yeah, I could see there being
like a bad,
Yeah,
I could see there being a guy out there who like tries butthole because he can't get pussy, and then he gets pussy, and then he's like, "All right, this is actually pretty tight." This is what
and there's a butthole right next door if I ever need it again.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Ian, $4.99. Quick super chat hijack to promote Holy Coast putting out track 2 yesterday. If you're a fan of Hum or Smashing Pumpkins, give it a rip. Folks, check out the Holy Coast. They're a rock and roll band from beautiful Ohio.
Yeah. Shout out Holy Coast. Shout out Ian.
Yeah, shout out Holy Coast. Shout out Ohio. Shout out Drew Carey.
Yeah, and follow Ian Williams on is it Goss Moses
At
Jones?
Gothmosis Jones
Yeah.
on X, the everything app, formerly Twitter. You know what? I'm starting to get bigger X, the everything app, formerly Twitter paychecks.
Yeah.
So yeah, dude, like rage baiting is a great grift. It's a great way to make money nowadays. Is like just post something that like pisses off people enough that they like want to comment how much they hate you.
Yeah,
It's like
you're the next Tridac.
who?
Or what's that guy's name? Jeff Tridac? Jeff Tridac?
Jeff Tiedrick.
Tiedrick, there you go.
I've heard that name before. Who
Jeff
said
Tiedrick.
that name to us before on the show?
Jeff Tiedrick's been like an incredible boot. I guess like Gen X lib, like a Gen X Democrat. What do they call him? Resistance lib.
Yeah.
On Twitter for a long time. He's got his profile picture. I swear is just a picture of Eric Clapton. I think it's just Eric Clapton. But he's one of those resist libs who's like the dumb shit fuck orange Pol Pot today. He's a dummy. He's a dumb fuck doo-doo head. He's just a fun like Twitter account to follow. And I actually one of my more recent rage baits was I posted about how like Twitter now, like we thought we wanted this version of Twitter, and I was like, this fucking like whatever this new racist Twitter is sucks. Like I will take Jeff Tiedrick over Howling Mutant any day.
I was just gonna say, when you and Howling Mutant got in your back and forth, didn't he say that you were that guy? That's where I know him from. When you guys brought up that argument you got in. Wasn't he comparing you to
Howling Mutant was just like, he was telling me like, well, you're a libtard or whatever. Like, I can't wrap my head around these guys who will like sincerely say the word libtard. Where I'm like, come on, you don't realize like what you sound like. Like you think you're the cool guy in all this. You think you're the good guy here.
Yeah, I think I've seen Howling Mutant like make a joke about like having sex with like a young girl.
Howling Mutant's whole thing is just like edgelord. Like the edgelord shit was funny. Like when I first found that account, I was like, oh, this is like a funny, post-ironic edgelord account. And then like as he started getting more and more explicitly political, I was like, oh, he's just another like antisocial, like right-wing freak who's like filtering his inability to connect with anybody through his like edgelord thing. You know what I mean? Like because like his actual beliefs are just so fucking rotten that it's every now and then he has to do a post about being a pedophile.
Just to fit in.
Yeah, I guess just like to never let people like get too much of a beat on him to like, I guess just to be like teehee, but I'm still detached, but it's like so much of his feed also. There's like so many guys like this now where like so much of their shit will just be like their sincere like proclamations about how like we can't, race mixing is bad and all the like how the
what's the ad on that? I just for research purposes.
His ad, I think it's just Howling Mutant, maybe Howling Mutant 0. I don't know, but it's like like all these guys like actual beliefs are so like ghoulish that in the real world, I can't imagine that they're able to like be who they are with any sort of company because like if they start like sharing their actual thoughts with anybody in the real world, they're just gonna get like they'll get cast away. They'll say like, hey, beat it, like you're scaring the hose.
I don't disagree, but the left is just the same. Like these people that are like transgender online that post these like photos and like this is a gorgeous woman. I don't think that they are that passing in real life.
Yeah, of course. So but those people at least have friends.
That's like I don't even know. That's like I don't even know if that's like in any way an equivalency.
I do, because they're saying, look, I'm this gorgeous lady. And it's like, but in real life, are you getting gorgeous lady attention? That's what I'm saying. And so in real life, online, he's this guy that's right-wing grifting, but then in real life, he's afraid to probably say those things to people. And it doesn't compute to reality.
I guess
your online
kind of
experience
connect to
versus
those
reality.
dots, but it sounded like you just wanted to air out another grievance you have.
It's your grievance because this is why I see both sides as grifters. But as soon as I attack the other side for doing the same thing where reality and online doesn't meet, everybody says I'm the jerk.
Well, nah. Well, here as a
I feel like most people. I feel like the extent to like most people's like beliefs or like how they navigate their day to day is just like, hey, like whatever, like whatever, whatever happens. Que sera, sera.
Yeah.
Whatever, you know what I mean? It's like I got fucking bills to pay. So it's like that's why it's always just been like, when you're like with people, they always say like don't even talk about politics, because it's like, first off, nobody knows what they're talking about, and you're not gonna like get to the bottom of anything. And it's also like everybody's just like, everybody's just trying to live their lives. So I feel like the sort of extremes that you see online, like all the like strong convictions that people seemingly have on the internet, that doesn't really translate to the real world, because it's impossible to actually be a part of anything in the real world if you're always like that. That's why Jake Flores is homeless.
I agree, but I also think that it's both sides. Both sides are kind of the same, don't they?
Yeah,
they have their grifters that are pretending that it's one way and it's different in reality.
Yeah, definitely that. But I will say, like, living in New York City and being around like a lot of liberal people, but also having lived in the South, that I've seen more like trans people in real life who have like friends and can like talk about shit than I've ever seen somebody who could just be like, like fuck black people or fuck trans people and then be accepted in like society.
Oh, you gotta come to New Hampshire.
People not be, but
because I'm
not saying it doesn't exist, but I'm saying that prevalently, like, it exists more. I think it exists more, and I don't know.
I know there's a social pressure, but I can go, and they're not going to love it, but you can go to a Chris Cantwell talk in like Manchester, New Hampshire, and some similar guys like that. But I can also go to Cole's Kitchen, where the hostess there is a trans woman that's like polite and nice, and people don't go in there and like throw paint on her. And people also don't go down to Chris Cantwell and throw paint on him. So you can have two extremes in reality. What did you say?
Are either one of them wearing fur?
No. Well, I don't know what people do to people they don't like.
What about apple-bottom jeans?
Yeah, no, that would be nice.
Would they be? Are they wearing perhaps apple-bottom jeans and or boots with the fur?
I think I told this story before. There is a very attractive trans woman that works at a local vegan restaurant that works at the counter. But even they will like immediately say, my voice is too deep and it's not getting any more feminine with the drugs.
Yeah, I don't know.
Just strangers, because I don't even know them, and this is a conversation that we
have. If you're gonna be like the trans women, they got to do like a voice training to get the lady voice.
Yeah, they got to get like psychotherapy, like Ocelot did to become Liquid Snake.
Mm-hmm.
They should be able to figure it out, because like when gay men come out of the closet, they switch the voice immediately.
There's a non-zero chance that there might be a bit of a trans allegory in Metal Gear Solid, because Hideo Kojima is like in love with Hunter Schafer.
Yeah.
So he's got a little bit of the chaser in him.
Yeah.
But, he's chasing. Oh, chaser.
Yeah.
They do really good transitions though in Asian countries.
Well, they're all so feminine already.
Yeah. Thai men are the best at becoming Thai
Dog.
women.
But even
Yo.
like Japanese has got a lot of people walking around that are living the lifestyle.
Look, I'm
Yo,
I
dog,
consider myself
I'm
to
as
the top.
open minded and opened asshole as anybody. I'm gay. But dog, when me and Sal had Jamie Castles on, and she was describing her like
Who's Jamie Castles?
she's a trans pornographer.
Okay.
She does like she has a penis.
She's an actress.
She fucks
not a
butts
producer.
and gets her butt fucked and
Yep.
does all of it. Dude, she was like when she was telling us like what went into her like facial feminization surgery, like my palms started sweating. I was like, yo, I cannot listen to this shit.
What she
It was-
had surgery to look more like a woman.
Dude, that surgery they get to like whatever, like it's some kind of like feminization surgery they get on their face.
I've seen a couple of them didn't work.
Like they
very
whittle
well.
down their jaws.
Dude, they basically gotta do like Hellraiser on them. They gotta like pull their face off and like shave down the bones, the skull. It's like, dude, it was so fucking mortifying what she was describing. It was like
they
making,
take their face off, they shave down the bones, and they put the face back on.
and then she wakes up and she's Nicolas Cage, and the other guy is John Travolta.
Yeah, face off.
Mullen
Yeah.
had a good bit about this, about how he used to go into Reddit to read like the transition stuff. And it was just like the richer you are, the more you look like a woman, and the poorer you are. It's just like he was saying, it's just a Mexican guy that has like earrings on, and he's like, "Hello, everybody. I am a trans lady too. Please love me."
I look like that and sound like that, so please.
Yeah, that is just Drew.
Be respectful.
I've always said Drew is like you're like
I'm
Mexican.
surrounded by two Latin kings right now.
We're a couple Latin kings.
Yeah,
I was saying the other day that Drew is Mexican John Waters, otherwise known as Juan Aguas. Juan Aguas. Yeah, I mean, you know what though? That's a good, because like Divine, I don't think Divine was trans though. No, Divine was just like a gay guy who liked to dress up like a lady.
Yeah, and eat shit.
That's really gross. Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah.
Yo, miss me with that shit.
Yeah.
I'm trying to watch nobody eat no doo doo.
I was talking about this on the other day though, but it's like we're in the metaverse right now. I only know you guys in the metaverse. I've never met or touched you guys. You're these digital people to me. I only see the digital part of you. And then you have the meatverse, like reality. And I definitely think
like that word. Don't call it that.
I definitely think like when I looked at that picture of Hunter Schafer the other day, yes, like digitally that looks like a woman. It's feminine energy that's being portrayed by that photo with the legs crossed or whatever. Like there was that sexy photo in the black, whatever, the legs crossed.
Yeah.
Would you receive a blowjob from her?
And then, well, that's what I'm saying. So people are like, whatever. I don't think that of the people that say I would definitely whatever, in their mind, they can look at that photo and jack off thinking about getting a blowjob. But when it was reality and they're actually with the person and you're having a different experience, I think that number lowers in the real world compared to the digital world.
Yeah, because she's probably pretty selective about whose penis she would suck.
Obviously, but I'm saying like, given the opportunity, I think that like if people like show that picture of Blair White with the guns, like in the bikini, and it's like the lighting's there and all that stuff. And then in reality, if you were to meet Blair White, I don't know if people would say they have the same sexual charge as they did when you see the digital picture. But it's like that with a lot of people. It's, it's like a digital catfish on dating sites when somebody's only giving a certain angle and then you.
I think you're just like twisting yourself in knots to like deny how you actually feel.
Look, if somebody had,
I'm trying to actually be empathetic to people that see that stuff in the digital world and put myself in their shoes.
Look, if somebody had a gun to my head, I'm definitely going Hunter Schafer over Blair White 10 out of 10 times.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely right.
I mean, I think it's, but I think it's also just that we're not as like intuitive, or what's the word? I guess like we're not as intuitive as we think we are, or we're not as like I don't know, because it seems like as guys that what we're actually attracted to is at least like mostly appearances, or just like the aesthetics of it, because like if like just like a big hairy guy pulls his cock out, I'm like, well, that's gross. That's a man's disgusting unwashed penis.
Yeah.
But if Hunter Schafer pulls her
I'm feeling
cock
a little
out,
personally attacked, but okay.
that's if Hunter Schafer pulls her cock out, like I'm looking at Hunter Schafer and she pulls her cock out, I'm like, well, that's her beautiful unwashed penis.
In the digital world, I agree with that, but I'm just wondering if that would translate to you two in your actual bedroom, if the same feminine energy is there in reality.
Yeah,
that's all I'm.
The lights are off. I have
the femininity. I would say neither femininity nor masculinity lies in the genitals. Like the genitals are just like.
I'm not saying that at all. I'm
saying if Hunter Schafer
photos are very curious, we can get away from transgender. We can just do like ladies. There's plenty of ladies online that look one way, and you meet them in person, and they look completely different.
Yeah, and also Hunter Schafer seems to have been on enough hormones to where if she put her cock in your mouth, it'd just be like sucking on a big clit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if she has trouble getting hard.
Which is also
she has to put one of those like tight rubber bands around the base of her cock to keep it like engorged.
Oh, she has to have a cock ring.
Yeah, some kind of like, because I've seen the trans ladies wear those before. They got to put like some kind of like cinched, like a tight ring, or like one of those rubber bands they use to castrate goats.
Yeah, you've seen it in
like
your
around the
research.
base of her penis. Yeah,
you've seen it in your research for this show.
I've seen it in some of the research, some of the
it's all show related. All right, so I got a question for you guys. There's 3 alpha males, but also part of the average sized penis community.
Yeah.
You decide that you're going to make the move with a transgendered woman in the bedroom, but then she pulls her penis out.
A turnicock.
A turnicock. That's a good one.
Turnicock, yeah.
But then she pulls her penis out, and it's significantly larger than your penis.
Well,
and then you have to be like, that's the feminine penis, and I have the masculine penis.
According to my own personal research, that happens to often be the case. Is that trans women have big penises, feminine penises,
big feminine penises.
Did I ask this question last week and it got blown off, or maybe I asked this to a friend in real life? What percentage? And so I guess the answer is very low. I was thinking there'd be a large percentage of men with micro penises that might transition, but you're telling me trans women have large cocks.
Oh, so you're trying to trans women. Do you go to X Answer and slide that categories over to trans? You're gonna see some fucking hammers, dude. Some real monsters.
Yeah, but that's the porn community. Like in real life.
Yeah, but most of them are part of the porn community.
Yeah, I don't know. But honestly, I will say I've met trans women in real life and had,
I have a trans neighbor that lives.
I've had pleasant conversations with them. I have not seen. None of them have showed me their penises, so I don't know.
I have not seen her penis.
I know that all the trans, a lot of the trans penises I've seen on the internet, have been quite large. They've been pretty big, which is like whatever. It's not a big deal,
Yeah,
it's still a girl's penis.
And you also got to take into fact that those are shrunken down by estrogen.
That's after estradiol. Like they've been on the hormones. That's their shit shrunk.
Yeah,
you can only imagine how big it used to be.
The average penis size of a person who before they go trans is like 12 inches.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Yeah. That's really a slap in the face. Actually, you know what? They're doing me a favor now that I think about it. Thank you for taking those out of the market for me. It's really improving my stock
I honestly,
by
I
taking
get
that out of the
I
market.
get that, like, under thinking of like trans anything at all is like outside the norms of like Judeo-Christian values. So I get that it's like
Well,
a sort of,
Christian values.
I get that it's like an uncommon or maybe like an altered way of like thinking. Like, I get how it's can be seemingly off kilter for people, but it's like when you're able to really open your mind, like when you can really just kind of reach out and touch the further horizons of human thought. It's not that far fetched. Like, it's nothing crazy to just be like, yeah, some girls have dicks and balls, and some men have pussies. It's like, what?
Yeah.
That's not as like, you're just out there thinking as like some other things that people believe.
Yeah. Given like the
Like,
choice,
there's people that believe like nuclear weapons are not real.
yeah, true.
But they deny. They're able to like talk themselves into believing all these like wackadoo things, but then they will deny themselves the pleasures of gazing upon a girl's penis.
Yeah. Now, given the opportunity, if you were forced into one, are you having sex with a trans man or a trans woman?
Dalton Fantasy
With
with Hunter Schafer.
We've had this talk
One of the
before
guys
because
named the
I
Elon
was saying,
trans kid. Hold on, Drew Huntley gave me money.
oh,
$9.99. Elon's daughter is Vivian, is her name. Do it slow, do it sensual. Yes, I would like to have a three-way encounter with Hunter Schafer and Vivian Musk while they do their goofy little dances that they do.
I'd say that Elon's daughter passes.
Yeah. Well, Drew, the question you're asking is like an oft presented.
I brought this up before in the show.
But that's a thought experiment that's been on the internet for a while, where it's like, would you isn't there, there's like that Andrew Tate video where he's like
Hulk Hogan
with a pussy or whatever, and it's like, yeah, give me the beautiful woman with a penis.
Yeah, true.
I'm not like, because
it is like low hanging fruit.
Then that's why I want it.
I was recently on
that
Feld dating app, and FEELD, and it's alternative lifestyle dating app, and you can meet trans men on there. So a lot of them look like Jorge, the intern from. I posted a picture of one, and everybody did think it was Jorge from Legion of Skanks, the intern.
Oh, you know what would be?
But they have vaginas.
Meet in the middle, split the difference. One of them like Butch, like Drew's mom.
Yeah, like a butch lesbian.
Yeah, like one of the lesbians that wears like a button up.
You know what I'm kind of into is
Ian Finance's cousin.
Studs, like black studs.
Yeah, studs.
You know what I mean? Dude, I don't know if you guys. I don't know how.
I don't know what that. Are they black
like
female lesbians?
It's like the black lesbians that look like black dudes, but they have tits, and you know what I mean?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, they're cool.
Yeah, they're cool as hell, dude. Some of them are kind of fine.
I want one of those like white butch ladies that wears like a sideways flat brim hat and like a button down like checkered shirt. Mom. Yeah, dude. It dresses like a teenage boy.
Yeah.
Dude.
So if you found out that Justin Bieber was a trans man, you would be down to get some pussy.
No.
I'd rather have Hunter Schafer or Elon Musk's daughter.
So what do you do then? Like, how do you make trans love to a trans woman with a penis? You do oral
stuff, mouth stuff.
You do ass stuff. You do mouth
like
stuff,
whatever. And there's so many the possibilities.
So it's a Sam Talent. It's a Sam Talent opener for his special.
I don't know.
Good special. No. Go watch Sam's special. He talks saying,
I haven't seen it.
It's basically, he's like, you're telling me I just get blowjobs and anal? It's basically my birthday right now. It's my birthday. When he's
I
talking
don't know.
about,
I
Yeah,
don't know
see,
about
see,
that.
the thing that it really comes down to is what are they expecting back for me? You know what I
well,
mean?
Ian Finance talks about that he had to start giving up the butthole
Yeah,
because he was
see, well,
taking so much butthole, and he felt like he was receiving but not giving.
and that,
I
see,
don't know, dude.
that's the line for me, bro.
I don't listen to none of these people, dude. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like I
So
have my
you
own
wouldn't
thought.
so you don't so
No,
you're
I don't know. Like
selfish
I don't
then.
listen to any of these like podcasts or any of that.
Well, I'm just
I don't
saying,
know,
if
like,
you're
what-
with Hunter Schafer and Hunter Schafer's like, oh, thank you, that felt so good. Now it's my turn. You're gonna turn around but you're not gonna allow Hunter Schafer to.
Nah,
no,
have
yeah,
some
like
pussy?
whatever she wants to do. I don't care.
I'd
It's
be
like,
like,
what-
well,
like, honestly, like truth be told, you know,
Everybody's
like,
got boundaries. I'm not judging. This is a
my
judgment-free
my
zone.
preference, honestly, is like a red blooded, a AFAB, assigned
Mhm.
female at birth, cis het woman. That's kind of like what I really. That's what I really enjoy. So who I'd like to be with. But if I ever found myself in a dalliance, so to speak, with a trans woman, you know, wherever the highways and byways of life take me, it's like, would I close myself off to that experience? I don't know.
What
I
about
mean-
a twink, feminine Asian man with long hair?
No, that's a completely different.
that's a
thing.
man.
Yeah, that's a. See,
That's fine. No.
Like,
I'm just asking you where your boundaries are. That's okay to have a boundary.
but that's like you're still operating on the binary of like male and female and all that. And
No,
now you're
that's
like
the third
presenting
option
like
down.
a whole other thing. That's like
No, that's the third option down. You have
that's just a feminine looking man. That's not the same as a feminine woman.
That's fine. I'm just trying to see if you're pansexual. So you're not pansexual.
I guess not. I don't know, man.
Yeah. So
we don't have to
you
talk
know.
about this. It's
So
folks
it's not,
for me.
or a gynosexual. So a
wait, can you-
gynosexual is an
can you
individual.
describe-
Like
can
we
you
start going down
describe
these
the
roads,
Asian
and
man
it's like
again?
I'm just curious, but a gynosexual is somebody who's attracted to like femininity. So even if it's a man that has like long feminine hair, no facial, whatever, they still, it's about femininity. It's not about genitalia.
Wait,
I learned all this stuff on the
I
Fell
thought- I
dating
thought a
app, talking
gyne-
to alternative lifestyle individuals.
I thought a gynosexual is specifically into vaginas.
I did too.
I don't know, man.
Big error that I made under my account. I can tell you that. I can tell you that, Drew.
Yeah, I don't know. A feminine-looking Asian man, probably not for me. Now,
I'm
a
talking about like
feminine-looking
long.
Asian
He's got
woman,
really nice, long, silky hair. He's very
They all have long,
slender.
silky hair.
He's very slender. No hair. He's hairless, like a dolphin with a tight
Yeah,
buttocks.
but you're just describing a Chinese, like this is just a Chinese guy.
Yeah,
It's not
this
this-
is
there's a
just like
whole-
the
there's a
main
whole
character
different
from Mortal
concept.
Kombat.
Hey, I'm not here to judge. I'm just curious. I'm trying to learn from you young guys. I'm an unk, right? So we can change the subject. Actually, Dalton, I put 2 photos down here. Friend of the show, big friend of the show, Token Tony Designs.
Yeah,
Made
shout
some
out.
Hold
good-
on,
made
hold on.
some
Let me
good
answer this
artwork.
question. Let me field this question from Autumn. Would you like me more if I had a dick? Yes. If you had a beautiful,
What's a dick?
I believe that's like a Zoomer way they say dick, so
Yeah.
you won't get censored by the algorithm.
Yeah, you can put it on social media.
Yes, Autumn. If you had a beautiful large penis, I would.
Large feminine penis.
I would buy you a ring tomorrow to put on your penis.
Let me ask you this. You meet a woman, a cis woman, and you strip her panties off, get her bra off, she's laying down.
Yes,
She's got
dude.
Hey,
Cool
what if
with
she
the
has hairy
watermelon.
nipples and then she has a hairy butthole and backside butt
Yeah, that wouldn't bother me.
and all that
All right,
stuff?
all right. Let me ask you this, Dave. You're with you're with a hot biologically
$20.
female woman,
Okay.
but she insists on wearing a strap on the entire time that you guys are having sex.
Is she going to try to use the strap on me?
She might.
She might.
That's a no-go.
They
I
call
don't
that
even like
begging.
when I don't even want them to kiss
Whoa.
my anus.
But
Keep your
what if
tongue and
it's-
your fingers away
It's
from
like
my
a
anus.
small size. It's a small size strap on.
Yeah, it's
Ah.
a Drew's penis
Yeah,
size.
it's a Drew
she's-
Flores.
Yeah, no. If she's thinking about using it on me, it's going to be troublesome. If she wants
Autumn,
to use it,
wait, hold
like,
on, Autumn. Send me
'cause it's
pictures of your
funny.
hairy ass. I want to look at some hairy butt cheeks.
The craziest that I've got into is a woman that was otherkin.
What does that mean?
She sometimes
a
thought that she was
Tamagotchi.
wait, she might have been. I forget which one is real animals and one which is fake animals. One of them's like you think you're a dragon. The other one, she thought she was a cat sometimes. So she would wear a feline tail butt plug
Oh,
in cat ears.
I'm not
and
into the tail
wanted-
butt plug. I mean, I am
wanted
into the
to-
tail butt plug.
Yeah, and
I
she
saw a
wanted to
porno
act
with the
very
Bella Danger once.
feline in the
She
in
had
the
a fit. She
bedroom.
was wearing a fidget spinner butt plug. I like that was fun.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Hold on,
Yeah.
Cornfed Radio. Michael Hall just gave me $20. We're gonna do, folks. We're gonna listen. We're gonna take a little song break. Go ahead, smoke them if you got them. Have you a sip of water? Cornfed Radio, 148.8 WKNIGG. The chirp. You have the chirp. No chirp. There we
Sorry,
go.
I was trying to read what this says and what year it is. Because it's always so small on the screen.
I don't like this.
Oh, I like this. Bell of safety.
This song would have me driving over the speed limit.
Yeah, the anime woman looks in line with the subject matter too.
This is fun.
Yeah, this is dope.
This reminds me of like Jet Set Radio. The future.
I would vacuum really quick to this song around my house.
Yeah, this reminds me of like Persona 5.
No, yeah, we still. I don't know how to make things sound good yet.
It might be that the music's playing from a different output.
It's just StreamYard. Yeah.
This is fun.
I'm trying to think where I would listen to this outside of reacting to it, though.
A boss battle? You're battling a boss?
Yeah. Yeah. You go to get in a fight at a bar and you're like, hold on 1 second, and you play this on your phone and then put it back in your pocket.
Oh, is this better?
Nah, it's the same.
Whoa.
I wasn't sure if that was part of the song or not.
Well, I turned on. Let me see. I turned on the loop, the loop back thing on my mixer. So let me know if it starts sounding better.
Wait, so was that part of the song or not?
Process Smith
that was
saying it
part
does
of it.
sound better and less muffled.
Yeah, because I just switched on the loop back switch. That should. Let's see if that makes it sound better.
That does. I think that sounds a little bit better.
A little bit better.
Actually, a lot better. Not great, but a lot better. And I think people were missing like the horns and the violins. That's why they weren't liking it.
That's pretty good. I like that.
The volume is maxed out. This is as loud as it can go. So, I mean, it's getting better. I mean, I don't know, like, because I got all this, this new equipment. So, like, everything is like, I got a mixer, I got the nice microphone, and the mixer has this. It should have like the loopback thing is supposed to take everything that's playing on the computer and also like everything and run it through like one channel so it sounds okay. So I don't know. I don't know technology. I'm somewhat of a Luddite. Or also maybe I'm just stupid. I just don't know how to do anything, and so I just tell people like, no, this is like it's ideological. It's like my belief system is the reason I don't know how to do anything.
Yeah. We're a lo-fi punk rock.
I tell everybody that before they come on the show. It's a lo-fi punk rock show.
Yeah, it's lo-fi. It's lo-fi girl. We're just we're sitting by the window doing our homework.
Studying.
Studying.
There's lo-fi girl porn.
Yeah, of course.
I do
That
not.
makes perfect sense.
Who is Lo-Fi Girl? I know the cartoon character with the kitty in front of the window.
Yeah, that's Lo-Fi Girl.
And they made pornography out of that wholesome woman.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. That makes sense. Legion
Dude,
of Skanks watched Maggie from The Simpsons do porn this week.
That's like most of what I listen to now is just like lo-fi beats to study / relax / chill to.
Yeah.
Like everything, like all the playlists I go to on Spotify are just like different lo-fi beats, shuffles, and I'm just like listening to.
Have you ever? Do you guys use music when you make love to a lady? Do you guys put music?
Nah, never.
No,
honestly,
I started playing music and had like a playlist. It was hundreds and hundreds of songs.
I needed to be quiet.
Yeah.
I need to be silent so I can focus.
Yeah, no, for me, I need like a Family Guy on in the background.
Oh, so you're like, you're like watching a porn that's in vertical. That some guy throwing vertical and the phone comes up and there's anime or
I just need something on in the background I can look back to every once in a while and try to catch on to the plot.
Well, I had this playlist that was very long, but because of the way that playlists are set up, they're not really randomized. They kind of play the same. They play a couple of songs more than they should, and then some songs they never play. Like if you don't play them in order, like if you just hit shuffle, the way that the algo is set up on them. But there's a Scissor song that I was so used to having sex with on the background. It gave a Pavlovian, what's it called when the dogs drool to the mouth?
Pavlovian.
Thank you. Response, and I would hear the song and I would get erect. So I'd be like on the treadmill running, and that song would come on, and it would trigger my brain. No one's ever else had that.
Nope.
They musically. I've had it with smells with the perfume, and I've fucking fucked my brain up with music doing the same thing.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's reverse ED.
Yeah, I mean, no, I'm of a higher consciousness. I'm able to compartmentalize these things, and
Not me. Programmed, and I'm animalistically programmed by the Punani.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess like if I hear like the opening, like the like drum track that opens up the like Pornhub videos, that might do something.
Yeah. For me, it's like if I hear the Cleveland show intro, I'm boned up.
Yeah, see? So you guys do know what I'm talking about. Wait, there's an intro on the Pornhub movies?
Well, on the Pornhub, like Pornhub's videos, so like the ones that are Pornhub.
Yeah.
You know, like how Netflix.
Oh, wait, you have a subscription?
No. But you know, like when you go to Netflix, like Netflix will license other things that are not necessarily Netflix made. But so it's like, you know, just like movies that have existed that are on the platform, and then there's Netflix originals. So when you hit play on a Netflix original, it goes boom, boom.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
So when you hit play on like a Pornhub video that's like that was on Pornhub, that's made by Pornhub for Pornhub.
Yeah.
There's an opening, like it's like
that's 100% to train.
Wait, really?
We need it. That's why podcasts
have
intro songs.
I can find it.
That's why podcasts have intro songs. TV shows have theme songs. We need one here for us, but it does program you to get excited, like before the show starts. Unless there's too many of them in a row. Like you have to watch the same promo over and over again for every episode that they have on their network before you can turn and watch anything.
Here, you know what? I found a great sort of illustration of it, like a demonstration of what I'm talking about. This is so funny. Dude, check this out.
It's a drum cover of the Pornhub intro.
Is this on YouTube? So it's safe for
yeah, dude. But anyone who's heard this is gonna unlock the
whole chat's gonna get hard when you play this.
The horny Manchurian candidates and all of this. The sleeper cell's gonna be activated, dude. You guys are gonna know this when you hear it. That's it.
That was
it. I've never heard that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess I watched too many.
Man, you know what? I have been thinking about, like, I got to figure out how to bring like the intro song now that it's like live streaming, because Ian Williams actually the one who made that. He wrote that and recorded it and all that, the Corn-Fed theme song. And so I've been trying to. There is a way to like lead in a live stream with some music. I just got to figure that out. I've been busy trying to like save a job I hate. I've been like extremely busy lately.
What's going on with that? I thought you were getting fired.
Man, I just work for a company that is not cool or chill. It's like a company that, you know, is like just like runs you ragged and isn't, I guess, like most major like big corporations, doesn't really have any loyalty to its like workforce, just has loyalty to like profit margins. So you know how it goes. So apparently, you know, like they have like their own rubric for what counts as like that you actually did a good job for the month, you know, and so like they have all these different KPIs, which in sales is, what does it mean? Is like, what does KPI mean again? It's like key performance indicator.
Key and Peel indicator.
Key and Peel indicator, yeah. So it's like, it's just all these different fucking bullshit metrics that if you miss any one of them, you're like you get like a, you didn't actually succeed for the month, or you failed, and so like when that happens, they give you one write up, and then if it happens again, you go up to a level 2, and if it happens again, a level 3. And then if you fuck that up, they send you to employee review, which I'm told is usually means you're gonna, in their words, get promoted to customer. So I'm on employee review right now.
At least they have a good sense of humor about it.
Yeah. At least they have a nice little jokey joke about it. But yeah, I'm on employee review right now. So my manager told me, she's like, I'll see what I can do, but usually this means termination. I'm like, and you still want me to just like work? So like I'm just clocking in and working, even though I'm like probably definitely gonna get fired.
I got a good Indian grift for you, Dalton. Here's what I think you need to do. Since you have experience in telecommunication, you could easily switch lateral move over to chat communication, right?
Sure.
Where you're chatting, you're doing the chatbot stuff with people. Now the grift from India is you get about 10 $40,000 to $60,000 jobs a year as a chat guy. And you have them all open, and you know that you're all doing a mediocre to low end job, but you're basically just quitting everything as soon as you start. And then eventually they'll start firing you, but all you do is go get another one. So you just keep getting these chat jobs and getting your paychecks. So if you can get 10 jobs at like $40K a year, you're throwing down bank. You just got to keep it up for like a year and a half, dude. You got $1 million.
Yeah, no,
this right here actually is basically the thought I've been having lately. Corn-fed telethon. Like I have been thinking, like maybe what needs to happen is I get fired, because then I can really focus on internet content, streaming constantly. Because dude, there's this fucking guy who's been like, I guess he, thank you to this guy. He's still subscribed to the Crowder Boys Patreon, but he's like constantly like saying very strongly worded messages in the group chat on the Patreon about how I need to update the audio feed, which he's not wrong. I do get that. He's not wrong about that. I should be doing that. Well, he's accusing me of just being lazy.
Guy sounds pretty cool and chill.
Yeah, he's like, you work from home, you have all the blah blah blah, and I go, you have no clue. Like in an 8-hour workday, actually 9 hours, because every job is you get
just
1 hour.
Hearing this every 30 seconds for 8 hours. Steve.
Unpaid lunch. You get 1 hour unpaid lunch, so it's actually 9 hours. You have no clue how I'm working nonstop. I'm on as soon as I clock in, the phone's ringing.
Yeah,
and I don't get to relax. Like by the time I clock out, I'm so fucking exhausted. Like it's not the same exhaustion as like do like working on a roof. So it's like unfortunately I don't have to like be out in the heat.
You have a certain type of fatigue when you're done.
Yeah. But you like just like having to answer phone call after phone call, like phone's ringing off the hook, and having to like each time is like fighting for your life to get a sale so you can just keep your fucking low wage job. I'm just like, it does take up a lot of my time and energy, and it's hard for me to like, I don't know. I guess I do have the time to go through and convert the files and update the audio feed, but also it's all on YouTube. It's right here. Hit play and just like
actually, I figured all this out from years of watching Legion and Skanks. Guys, we're having a free intern contest. One lucky chat member out there can become a free unpaid intern.
There's
a free
nobody else that
unpaid
needs to get
intern
involved.
that can
This
come
is all
on.
shit that I
Send your
can't
dick pics to
myself.
Dalton.
No,
the
Drew
smallest penis
Huntley-
gets a
Drew
chance
Huntley
to
could figure
upload
this
the
out.
audio files.
No, there's no reason to bring anyone else. Truly,
send the smallest dick that you DM to Dalton's Twitter account will get a free internship where you can upload the audio files every week. Be a part of Corn-Fed. You heard it here first, folks.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. I don't, and good for them. They found their family doing that. All those guys. It's all shit that I can easily do myself. But I got to sit down and convert the files, and it takes like a couple hours. Or I guess Autumn says she'll do it for $20. Maybe I could, maybe. But it's also just like it's
Autumn,
all
email or DM your penis.
That's
to
what,
Dalton.
by the way, these motherfuckers did that whole when I posted that about Dasha that Peter Thiel be paying her $25,000 a month for an audio only podcast. These smarmy little fucking slack jawed, weak willed, tiny boned little pussies were coming at me saying like mocking me, saying, audio, like they were like audio only, huh? It's an audio format. Podcasting is audio. And I go, no, podcasting is a fucking dumb word that some guy made up.
Yeah, we video cast.
There was already a word for it called broadcasts. There's broadcasts,
and Dasha is abroad.
She is abroad. And broadcasting was always, audio and video. There was audio broadcasting, there was video broadcasting. Broadcasting, the umbrella of broadcasting shades video and audio. So when you do transpose that to podcasting, it's not that podcasting is like limited to just audio. Because the word podcast is stupid. Yeah. I
hate the word podcast. I don't own any Apple products. Fuck Apple.
How much money are
the iPod doesn't even exist anymore?
How much money are Anna and Dasha leaving on the table, not showing their beautiful bodies?
I mean, dude, and that was my point. Like, all these people were like commenting at me and coming at me saying like, one of the worst traits of millennials and Zoomers is that they want to watch podcasts. And I go, that's not anywhere close to the worst trait, by the way. But secondly,
Drew, I did DM you Dasha's breasts in that butt scene in Wobble Palace, by the way.
Secondly, YouTube, like all these fucking shows like that, by the way, Red Scare and Chapo and all these shows that only have an audio feed, they got they're kind of like legacy. They got grandfathered in, like where they can still maintain their shit that way because they hit like a fucking decade ago and found a big audience that way, and so now they can just keep making money without ever having to try or to change anything or do anything new. Well, if you're trying to like find new audience and build an audience, there's nothing. Like the algorithms that exist on like YouTube and Twitter and all that kind of shit, they don't have that for like Acast and Libsyn and all these different podcast servers, like all these podcast platforms. So you just upload your shit into the void if you're just doing audio. And I don't know how you can grow anything just through the audio feed. You know what I mean? Whereas on YouTube has a much more as draconian as the censorship can be on YouTube, and the algorithm doesn't make you whatever. YouTube is like a pretty good platform for like finding new people, getting people into the sphere of your influence, and like having like a podcast or show or whatever you want to call it. Like people like to come in, they like the live chat, they like the comment sections, and YouTube does like. If your shit hits with the algorithm, they'll show it to other people. But you can't get that just through a fucking Apple Podcast.
I will say this,
RSS
though.
feed.
So when I drove through a living, I found Dave Smith through Stefan Molyneux, found LOS, didn't like it, but I typed in
pop filter for my microphone.
I searched in podcasts for comedy, and Cumtown was like number 3. And I didn't look at that first. I listened to a bunch of other stuff that they put at the top, just including Joe Rogan. Then I was like, all right, let me try this Cumtown show out or whatever. And then from there, it started giving me everybody else. So I actually found them through an audio file search of comedy podcasts while I was driving a lot. So like, I do think like truck drivers, people that drive for a living or have long commutes are probably going to harass you for audio files because they're not watching videos. I watch everything on
you don't have to watch
YouTube.
Hit
And
the
I-
play button on YouTube and just set your phone down, and then
Yeah,
boom,
you can
audio.
pay the $8 a month or $13.99 a month on YouTube. Close the screen and drive and listen to
I
it.
should
as well.
do everything I can to make the people happy and provide all the ways you can enjoy the show. Definitely, but also don't be mean to me about it. I'll fix it.
Don't
I'll
be
try to
mean.
get this.
Yeah.
I'll write this ship, and
And let me say this right
but
now.
also hit play on
Let-
YouTube. Also,
let me say this right now. I just watched that clip of Dasha getting fucked by the Indian guy.
Yeah.
Beautiful, small, petite breasts.
Yep.
She also shows her ass.
Yep.
And also the Indian guy, I was expecting like one of those like hot, like muscular Indian guys. No.
Yep.
Regular
And rumor has it
regular Indian man.
that there was other stuff going on with her and this guy, and
He's gonna be mean to me.
and this is part of what caused the breakup between.
Oh, like this
Adam.
Indian guy was actually fucking her.
This is part of what caused the breakup between Adam and Dasha. Superstar Adam, friend of the show, by the way, Adam Friedland, friend of the
try not
show.
to
Welcome on
again.
anytime.
Pay attention to any of these people's lives, dude.
So, one thing I want to say just for a second here, just a little house cleaning, whatever. We start off with the Alpha Month here. Top #1 Alpha podcast for all the alpha males out there to listen to.
Yeah.
We're starting with Drew Flores tonight. Talked
Mhm.
about, check him out on Dork Court, check him out on X and Twitter. But next week we're gonna have Naeem Ali on June 5th, up and coming Philly comedian. I'm sure you guys, if you're in the chat
July
here, have
5th.
heard of him. And then from Twitter on July 12th, we're gonna have Alpha Perry. You may know him as the Greek alpha male, doing alpha networking on Twitter all the time.
I was hoping when you told me it was a Alpha Perry, I thought that meant Perry Farrell from.
No, not yet, but we're working on it. The show is growing.
Yeah.
You guys are part of something
You got
huge here, so keep
Hispanic
supporting the
guy.
show.
I mean, honestly, yeah, Perry Farrell's like not doing anything. I don't think he's allowed to make music anymore, so we probably could get him.
We move
Hit 'em
on.
up.
We're going to have at the end of the month, July 19th, towards the end of the month, we're from Primitive State Podcast. Troy Hesh is going to be on the show July 19th. And then moving into August, Dalton and I will be back on Sibling Revelry, the crossover show on August 9th on Rumble TV.
I know. Yeah,
we
I
might
know
say
that-
the word. Tune in because me and Dalton might say one of the words that we can't say here, the special
and
word.
I know the chat is saying they miss Sal. I miss Sal too.
Yeah.
I will say
Yeah.
this about Sal: he's inconsistent and not very reliable, and he doesn't put in the initiative that Dave has put in. Dave booked all those guys, and is actually
I'm trying to get Sal
He's
on the
trying-
show.
he's
I
trying
reached
to
out,
do-
haven't heard from him, but I'm trying to get him on the
the
show.
the Corn Fed channel was always just like the menagerie of whatever I want to do. So this is the Saturday thing, and then me and Sal were always doing Sundays, and now I don't know where Sal is.
Yeah.
I just did something with Sal, and then like throughout the week I may do a smattering of things or whatever. So it's like
But what's going on with Sal? Like, is his marriage?
I don't
in the
fucking
dump?
know. But then like when he does come on, it seems like he's distracted by like so many things. I have to keep telling him like, hey, you can't just like stare down at your phone.
Does
while we're,
Sal
like,
have
trying-
kids?
Yeah, he has two
Yeah,
kids.
he's got a new
God
marriage.
damn.
He's got kids. He's tired. Marriages are really important. So he's
Yeah,
probably
once-
trying to hold it together for everybody.
Only the best of
So-
the best can pod with kids, I think.
Yeah, and it's like I'm not like mad at
Yeah.
him necessarily. But it is like, yeah, it would be not like, I guess he does have like all these responsibilities that I don't have, right? But at most I'm only asking him for like 2 hours a week, and then when he comes on, he's just like staring down at his phone, or he's not like actually paying
Yeah.
attention to anything
Yeah,
that's
he's-
happening, and it's
He's
like,
probably
old
stressed and sleep deprived.
and I try
and
to. You're
full of
giving him
pasta.
like way too many outs on this.
Full of
It's
pasta.
1 hour of his time. I just need him for 1 hour a week at the least, and like he shows up, and it's like now there are people who are starting to kind of get perturbed with him for like not being here and then showing up and then like also just like not being seemingly invested in the show that he's on at the moment. So
It's
like,
become a
you
pretty
know,
good bit, though, I will say.
he's always welcome to like be a part of the show, but it's like if he wants to keep getting fucking paid for it, he does need to do it regularly. I can't keep having to like, you know, record the Patreons on my own or reach out to someone else who
He
like
does.
it's like
He does seem to find a lot of time to ask women for their breasts, you know, like pictures of their breast, and he does seem to be DMing.
by the way, hold on. I'm not giving him a hard time. Like, I'm being completely reasonable with all of this. He if he's gonna show up and do it, it's 1 to 2 hours a week, and I just need him to actually like participate in what's happening and stop like staring down his phone. Stop eating like multiple like 4-course dinners.
I don't think he's a big picture guy myself, so I don't think he sees Tony Robbins talks about this.
That's the other thing is Kevin, who wishes he could be on the show, but his wife won't let him, will call me like drunk and be like, he's like frustrated because he's like, does Sal not realize like this? You have a YouTube channel with like all these people that tune in, and you can like make money doing it. He's like, there's so many fucking all these dipshit open micers we knew in Dallas would kill to have that like at their disposal. And Sal has that, and he's like he's seemingly not like invested in it. And I go, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. So, you know, it's like I love Sal, but
he's not a visionary like somebody like that we know.
I'm a fucking visionary here. All right, this is your arena of ideas.
Because he can't see that you could grow the channel. That's Tom Myers from his appearance on the Crowder Boys. You don't know Maryland hotshot and comedian Tom Myers? Yeah,
I met Tom Myers at Comedy Fight Club. I didn't know it was him, and I was like, "Are you going to be on the show?" And he was like, "I'm headlining. I'm Tom Myers." He's pretty good.
Tom was on Crowder Boys. He crushed it in their arena of ideas. Everybody loved him. Yeah, and so I took that sample from a while ago because to have such a crisp, clean cut of Tom Myers saying the arena of ideas is just beautiful. Yeah. Well,
yeah, I do think ultimately Sal just maybe doesn't want to do this anymore.
I was gonna say is sometimes when you're working on a project, and I've had this in my life, when the amount of work you put into a project doesn't immediately give you the outcome of that you need. Like he's putting in like 2 hours. If he needs to make $60, let's say, but he's not, then it kind of makes you depressed on that project. So that's why a lot of people quit like comedy, because like Shane Gillis was like broke for a decade, right? And now he's a multimillionaire. A lot of people can't put the effort in because it's a mental thing. Tony Robbins is like not notorious, whatever it's called, the positive word for notorious, where he coaches people to put the time and energy in for big passion projects because you get the risk and reward on the back end of it.
Right.
You know? So maybe you can't see that.
That's why like so much of comedy, like a lot of it is like you do have to kind of be able to like make it like a solo venture as much as you can. Cause like, I mean, cause like when you try to, I guess like with anything creative, at some point you are going to have to collaborate with other people, like with anything, but it's difficult to get people to like see your vision so that they feel like this is just like going nowhere. It's a waste of their time. They won't do it. But I mean, I was telling them like, fuck motherfucker, we are like actually making money, which is like so much. That's like so much more success and progress and further along than like almost everyone we ever met going to those open mics in Dallas. So
and there's so many guys that are just a little bit ahead of you guys now that are so cool too, that are willing to like help you out. And that, like when you reaching out to people and talking to them about corn-fed, they're like, yeah, dude, in the future or whatever. So I think that between the Crowder Boys and all this stuff, you guys are on the verge of,
especially with the Crowder Boys. You guys have been killing
that
it.
show's popping. Yeah, that's the show.
Speaking of that,
so
I do have these images down here that I have from friend of the show, Token Tony Designs.
Shout out! Oh yeah, this one, I love this one.
Yeah, so if you guys need any artwork done, graphics, flyers, or anything for any of your projects, or if you need to put together some like templates, if you're starting a YouTube channel, a podcast, or whatever, reach out to friend of the show, Tony. This is awesome. The more you look at that photo,
This list
Yeah.
of
Who's this? Oh no.
oh yeah. And
I
then
don't
could you
know.
pull
I
up
don't
the
wanna
other
watch
thing,
that.
the other image? Okay, we can remove that. Can you pull up the other image? He made this. This is
Was
Broseph
that
Smith
Broseph
and
and
his
his
wife Rebecca. Congratulations
they're-
to you
they're
guys. They
married
got
now.
married last weekend. This is
Hell
some
yeah.
photos from the wedding.
Is this a
Yeah.
no? This is
Yeah.
doctored.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Tony.
yeah.
Oh,
This
this
is-
is because this is the Amazon guy.
Yeah, Tony
so.
made this for us too. So Tony made this for us too for the show today. So all your needs, make sure you check out Tony. But I wanted to give Broseph a little bit. Yeah, really good. He whipped that up in like
shout out
5
Broseph.
minutes.
This is a really
This one's
good.
really
yeah,
good.
this is really
Yeah.
good, and it does make me wonder once again why we have stuck with the name the Crowder Boys and not just call it the Arena of Ideas.
Yeah,
Well, the more you look
kinda
at this
look
flyer
like
too,
Haley
it's
Joel
so
Osment
good.
right now.
Yeah.
Like in this picture, you look like Haley Joe Osment.
I'll take it. That's so much
Nowadays,
better than so many other people I've been compared to.
Like
So I'll take
Hugo, White Hugo.
What
Making-
Hurley?
Making
Hurley.
Hurley's another. Hurley's good too. I'll take Hurley.
But the minds watching the show, he puts his name up in the cloud. The mics are the weapons that you guys are using. I mean, he did a really good
This is
job. on
really
this.
good, yeah. But the show is called The Crowder Boys. We stuck with it because it was really stupid, and people ask us all the time, "What does
And
that mean?" And we
Where
go,
can
"I
everybody
don't know."
find the Crowder Boys live every Wednesday, Dalton?
Every Wednesday at youtube.com/@thecrowderboys. Every Wednesday live at 7 p.m. Eastern.
And it's Dalton Krakamiko that everybody loves. Robbie Goodwin for people that are just corn-fed fans that are tuning in here should go check out the big show. That's the big show on the Billionaire Podcast Network. So
we can't change the name of that now. But every time we talk about the Arena of Ideas, I do think to myself, like, that might be a better name. Like if we had landed on that before the Crowder Boys. But
I want to know how many people are like Steven Crowder heads that are like,
You should
oh
just
yeah,
type
people,
that
well,
in,
that's
like,
the other
what's
thing
this?
is like people ask us
Yeah.
all the time, like, is that like what is it about Steven Crowder? And I go, I guess it started as us we are making fun of him, but I can't. Somebody I think somebody just like tweeted at us like, "Are you guys gonna do that Crowder Boy show y'all talked about?" And I was like, "Where did he come up with that?"
well, what's
And then
crazy?
I mentioned it to Crack. I was like, "We should just call it that because it's such a stupid name."
Well, here's what's crazy about it is
Wait, it was just random.
it makes sense that they did the Loud Boys. They get rid of Joe. They had Crack Amico. And now I thought it was like the Crowder Boys, like
works, yeah.
Louder Boys.
We're not changing the name. In
And
fact,
it wasn't
the
that
name
though.
is
It's
awesome.
not.
The
It's
Crowder
not
Boys is great. I'm just
the Loud Boys minus Joe plus Crack for Crowder, which I thought was the case, which is really funny.
Yeah, Joe, friend of the show.
Yeah.
now
Is
I'm
he
thinking
though?
about
Does
it
Joe
more,
have friends?
My first instinct.
I don't mean
was
it like
right.
that. No one likes it. I mean like, does Joe? Does
He has,
Joe
he has a
actually?
girlfriend that he lives with.
Does Joe still get out? Does he do anything?
Nah, I haven't
I
seen him in
haven't
a
heard.
long time.
I know he did. He did the first episode of Zach's Morning Zoo.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Beyond that, it seems like the Loud Boys was the closest any of us have gotten to anything resembling success. And boy, we really needed that to work.
Yeah.
And it just
Dude,
fell apart.
I know you don't want to bring up the video or talk about it or whatever, but that recent clip that I showed you where your name came up,
Oh yeah,
I know you think it's negative, but the fact that
It's not- I don't think it's
that
negative.
your
I just-
name is there means that you're still in that sphere.
I think that's neat that Lewis referenced me, and I'm on his mind, and so I do still have like something there. Like I'm like
You're relevant.
yeah, I'm like
Yeah, Lewis
I'm like
dropped
Frank.
Dalton's name this week, and he dropped Saglow's name in like the same instance.
Well,
So he puts him in that mindset.
Yeah, I'm like Frank Cotton in the attic in Hellraiser, where
Yep.
a little drop of blood spilled onto the floor, and I've regrown, but I have no skin.
Well, here's the other
And
thing,
so I
though.
just need
when he said your name, right, in the joke, not only did he say it, but Big J laughed, Dave Smith laughed, and the crowd laughed. So everybody that were there knew who you were.
Okay, that's
You know what I mean? So
What was the song? Legion of Skanks?
Legion of Skanks this week. I have the clip. Dalton doesn't want to show it. I
yeah, I don't
why.
need to watch it.
Yeah, well, we
Yeah.
can't give Lewis money.
Yeah, we can't give. We don't. Not until he sponsors either
The
this
Body
or
Brain
the Crowder
Coffee.
Boys or both. So
Yeah.
we don't want to.
Yeah, you need to
second
get that
run,
Body
I
Brain
think-
sponsorship.
I think when Lewis gets his money back from the first run of Body Brain Coffee, during the second run, when they're putting more into his New Jersey garage to send out to everybody, then he'll have money to give us because we've been proud sponsors for no money of.
I
Body
love the
Brain
idea that
Coffee.
Lewis is underwater on instant coffee. He's just like,
He's got to get his first ROI back.
I'm
once he
going to
gets his
financially
R-
recover from this.
He's going to get his ROI back, and then he'll be giving out promo codes for us to get you guys coffee. I know a lot of people.
Nobody outbodies the brain.
Well, what's crazy is Lewis thinks we're fucking around with him, but I saw a lot of people from our chat that did buy Body Brain Coffee.
You
And so
guys
I
got
do
Body
think we
Brain
had an
Coffee?
impact on his sales. I do think we had an impact on his sales.
Yeah.
A positive
Maybe.
impact. Yeah. The little goblin fella
Yeah.
bought it. You had it. You bought it. The bit worked.
Tacticians and nootropics. We got a
Yep.
song request. Dwight Yoakam. I love Dwight Yoakam, dude. He's in Crank and Crank 2 High Voltage.
Thank you for
Guitars.
the $4.99.
That he did like the soundtrack.
No, he acts. He does some good acting in some movie. He has a really funny role in. It's a movie, I guess, like that kind of came and went and kind of flew under the radar. That's really good. It's Steven Soderbergh directed it. Logan Lucky with Channing Tatum, Daniel Craig, Adam Driver, Seth MacFarlane's in it as a British guy, and Dwight Yoakam is the warden of a prison, and he's really funny in that movie. So, folks, check out Logan Lucky. It's kind of a sleeper little gem. I guess I would describe it as like Hillbilly Ocean's 11 because it's a heist movie where they go to rob the one of the NASCAR speedways. I forget. It's the one. I think it's the one in like Virginia or something. I don't know. You know what I'm talking about? You know, like a speedway. Like when they do
like
NASCAR.
Atlanta Motor Speedway.
They plan out a heist where they're going to go in and steal all the money without anyone noticing they took it. And so it's
Smart.
like they're going
Best way to steal money.
Yes. So it's like
Also-
Ocean's 11, but in the South, and everybody's a redneck. But
NASCAR
Daniel Craig is like a smart redneck. He knows science.
NASCAR events are very fucking fun too. A lot of titties at NASCAR events, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see the Oceans, like whatever it was with ladies? 12, 14?
That's right. They did.
Oh, yeah, I forgot
8.
about
I didn't
that.
see it, but wasn't there?
There
a bunch
was.
of-
I totally
I
forgot
think-
that even happened.
I think Ocean's 13 was like Julia Roberts, right? And a couple other ladies who started
Julia
in
Louis
that one.
Roberts.
Yeah, and then whatever her name is, the pretty lady, the pretty woman. Sorry, the pretty woman.
I think all girls are pretty.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
The
you
ones
and
that
Will
are at
Smith,
least
dude.
18 and over.
Yeah, you and Will Smith. Dude, you're in Texas. I'm in New Hampshire.
I'm not in
It's-
Texas. I'm in
it's-
parts unknown.
I'm in parts known, which is New Hampshire, and you can look at pretty ladies down to 16 here. Just
Well,
weird.
The age
Well-
of consent where I'm from, where I
Somebody
am,
clip
half
that.
your age plus 7.
True, you can look at 17-year-old pretty ladies in New York City.
I was not talking about Dwight Yoakam, Corn Fed
Would
Radio,
you rather me go back to making a list of Jews, Dalton,
Corn Fed Radio?
or can I have my list?
Yeah, that was good.
So,
I'm just
Dalton,
the
do we have an
US
update on your country music singing doppelganger,
Jake Worthington.
Jake Worthington? Is that his name?
Is that the guy that was your profile picture for a while?
Yeah,
Dude, he looks so much like Dalton. I honestly did think that somebody took Dalton's image and made AI songs out of them.
yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I think he just has the album he's already.
Oh, I
released.
reached out.
Country
to-
Zach though. Country Zach Amico, Joshua Ray Walker,
Yeah.
just released a new album called
Oh, hell yeah.
Tropicana. Yeah, and that's good.
I reached out to Lola Young too, by the way, Dalton. I want to try and get her on the show for you.
Dude, I love her.
She's only got 11K followers. I might be able to get in touch with
I
whoever
love you, Lola Young,
who's
dude.
managing
Is that
her
the hippie
Twitter
chick?
account.
That's the Chinese British chola
Yeah.
singer.
I like that combination.
What does this mean? Somebody just says creepy in the chat. It says
Jessica
creepy.
Zed.
It's probably
I guess-
me. But I
I
did.
guess that is. I mean, that's a fair assessment.
Yeah. When you're
Like,
talking
what
about
anything happening right here?
when you're
So-
talking about the age of consent and
her management team or whoever runs her account, and maybe you did see the message that I sent them, but they did not respond. So
Yeah, Lola. Well, she's starting to like really take off. So I don't know.
she's
Let me
only
see
got
this, bro.
11K followers on Twitter, so we could get at her early.
Yeah, but that don't really mean nothing because like Twitter sucks now. Twitter is just like a right wing mouthpiece. So it's really
Let's see
You
what
know,
she's got on
you said
YouTube
she's a Chola Chinese.
he's a Chinese British chola.
Yeah, she does have a song with 14 million plays called Conceited. So that's
Yeah.
pretty big. Her next biggest hit has got 1.6 million. Big Brown Eyes. I'm sorry, no, Wish You Were Dead. It's got 4.2 million.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
yeah. She's
What's,
like one of those. She's like one of those ladies who be feeling herself and acting like she's sexy when
Dalton
it's
wants
like,
to be feeling herself.
I do.
too.
I would enjoy it, but like she behaves in a way where it's like you're acting sexier than you are.
Yeah.
But I guess it's the confidence really.
Well, there's a big thing about like narcissistic female musicians that's like big with women. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like you see it in rap, you see it in like a little bit of pop. Is this chick like a rapper?
No, she's like she does like pop music. Just
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
her voice is being run through like so many different modulators and processors. That's she's basically a computer.
Yeah, you
know what I
can't tell
mean?
that she's mixing up the R's with L's.
Yeah.
Oh, she does have a song called Messy on YouTube that's got 91 million views. So you're right,
You
Dalton.
see, yeah, that's what
Her
I'm
Twitter is not so great, but the Messy audio alone has 12 million. The video has 91 million. And then Conceited, which is the most popular downloaded on Spotify and everything, has 8.4 million views on YouTube. On Venmo.
I saw
YouTube.
something,
That-
by the way, I just remember I saw something today that really like kind of put me into like a crisis of conscience. Like it made me feel like I don't know. Because I guess it just made me think like I really got to start picking it up. I got to start like working harder. Because one of the best follows on X, the everything app, formerly Twitter, is the author Joyce Carol Oates. She's 86 years old. She's not only an expert poster, she's very good at posting. Just as as a
I've
poster,
seen this woman
not
before,
just for
yeah.
an 86-year-old. She's good at posting. She
Yeah.
understands the ecosystem of Twitter and how to like navigate it and do posting. But she's also like still writing. She's still like a pretty,
Has she written
active-
anything popular?
She has a
Yeah.
Substack.
She has a subset, but she's like a very accomplished. She's been around forever, so she's like brushed shoulders with like many legendary literary figures. Dude, the other day she was like going on a Twitter thread talking about how when she knew Kurt Vonnegut, she thought he was just like the most miserable fucking person she'd ever met. So like she's been around forever, but I saw like something today where somebody was like wrote this like a very like glowing review of a book she recently published, and they mentioned something in it that like despite that it's 650 pages long, it feels very brisk. I was like, damn, this bitch is posting all day every day and writing fucking 650 page novel. and I'm like, I can't even
Yeah.
like update the audio feed. You know, it's just like I just feel like I'm really lagging. I'm like really falling behind and like actually
Yeah.
doing anything.
Yeah, she's like an
I should have written at
octogenarian.
least a couple of novels by now. Would you say, Drew?
She's an octogenarian, and you're like a young stud.
Yeah, I'm a young, muscular black woman, black lesbian,
Yeah.
young stud. So I really got to pick it up. I got to start reading again. I got a copy of Don Quixote. I look at every night, and I go, I'm gonna read this at some point.
Yeah, probably
I
not
read the
Don
prologue.
Quixote though.
I read the prologue.
Don Quixote is kind of like a shitty read. Well, not
No,
shitty,
dude.
but
I like I like the Terry Gilliam movie.
I just feel like I'm like in college again.
I miss that, dude. I miss that so much. I miss being in that environment. I love, dude, all these motherfuckers who bemoan academia. They're like, "Oh, college is useless," and it's just like liberal
I'd be
elites
moaning when I was in academia.
trying to push their own narrative or whatever. I go, dude, the college environment, like going to classes and getting to study cool things with people and actually have those conversations, is great.
Yeah, but what I mean more is like going to college and reading Don Quixote. It's like, but going to college and reading White Noise.
That was cool.
That's
I did have a
fucking
class where we did that.
There's nothing stopping you from doing that now. We just don't do it because we're lazy.
No, but there's like something about that environment, the academic campus, the university.
I don't disagree, but you can go to meetups and stuff and go. There's groups of people that are getting together, studying stuff together still after college.
Right, but that's a
But
different
like
thing.
a book club.
Book clubs, but I'm saying like I have libertarian events up here that I've gone to
already
a couple
lost
times, and they're discussing the things that they're into. That are
this argument.
Yeah,
already
yeah,
is
we're
falling
talking
apart
about. I
and
thought you
holds
were
no
talking about
water.
literature, right? I didn't know you were talking about.
Yeah,
like,
I'm not trying to. No, we're
it's
not
the
trying
same
to talk
thing.
about
It's
like,
academic. It's
I
academic.
should be allowed
topics.
to have ice cream for breakfast, but the government won't let me.
That's you're
you know.
missing the point because you're so triggered. Your liberal mind is so triggered. No, you can just go to like, but we could create events. You know what I mean? The hard part is motivating yourself to do it. You know, I think you're under quite a bit of stress with the hours of work.
Yeah,
I bet you this lady
and
just
the
got
the
money rolling
volume.
in from her books. She wakes up, she puts her face in an ice bath. She grinds her own tea in a little mortal pestle. Then she goes in the other
rubs her face
room and
with
she
banana
types in a
peels.
typewriter. No one's bothering her. She lives in a quaint little cabin somewhere.
Yeah, she's a muscular black man.
She's a muscular black man. Yeah.
Oh, that's what I wanted to.
Yeah.
We got to talk to Drew. Drew's here. Drew, how's the scratchers going?
Oh yes, Scratcher update.
So 2 weeks ago, I won $400 on a scratcher, and I was like, let me take $100 of this $400 that I
You gotta
made.
rotate the
Guys, if you guys are listening, by
Let
the way, this is financial advice.
I was like, all right, but I can't go back to the same bodega to get scratchers from there because lightning doesn't strike twice in the same spot.
That's smart.
So I went to a different bodega. I
think this is Warren Buffett talks about this.
Yeah, guys, write this down. Yeah,
I went to a different bodega. I got some more scratchers. I won $25 and then lost the rest. And I kept that money. I used that cash to like buy food, buy booze and stuff like that. Next week, I was feeling myself again. I was like, let me take $100 out of my paycheck to go, buy some more scratchers. When did that? $0. This last paycheck, Friday, yesterday, I decided to do the same thing. I got $100, went to go get scratchers, $0. So what is that? Like,
So
I'm like up $200 on scratchers in the last like 3 weeks.
That ain't bad.
That's not bad, but
that's a good return on scratchers.
That's a really good return.
Yeah, but I mean,
because I would say in the course of my life, like the number of scratchers I've done over like altogether, just throughout my life, I'm probably negative on scratchers.
Yeah.
I'm definitely negative. Lucky for me, I've never really bought them. People will give them to me for gifts. They give you like 20, 40 bucks of gifts, and you just like, yeah, 0. I got 0. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Every
not
now
a-
and then I'll go like, fill up at the pump and go into the gas station to get a payday. When I'm checking out, like every now and then I get hit with it where I look at the scratchers and I go, you know what? This trip to the gas station might be the one where I solve all of my problems.
Dude, you never know when that big one's right around the corner.
Yeah,
And
and then
I-
and then I start doing like the DGen math in my head where I go, well, a $1 is like, even if I win, it's nothing, So $2, no. And then I always just end up going, let me get like the E6, which is like the fucking $30.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, that's
Yeah.
what I've been doing. I've been doing the like $30 and
Yeah, and then
$20
I'm just outside, just looking for a penny to scratch this with, and I scratch it, and I don't win, and I'm like, well, that's a great way. I thought I was going to turn everything around. Now I'm dead. Now I got to go work at least an hour to make this. To be honest, I got to work 2 hours to make this back. So
yeah, I get really degen with it. I go on to like lottery.com/NYC, and then you can like look up which scratchers still have like the top prizes and like the most prizes left. And I'm like, okay, well, my odds are definitely.
Oh, dude, that's actually really smart.
Yeah, but also the odds are like 1 in 6 million.
Yeah, it's the
yeah, but it's
you
still
do
like,
have, by the way,
but if the $1 million one's already been won in one of those things, you don't want to go buy that ticket.
Yeah.
By the way, I had to. I've gone through the max pain already in like learning a lot of what I'm about to say. You do have better odds with crypto utilities and even meme coins.
No, you have the best odds with sports betting, I think is what it is.
Yeah, and sport. You know what? That's true. Because like,
I have a philosophical question when you guys are done.
Well, I was gonna say like I've had to I've restructured my strategy with crypto and especially meme coins, and I'm doing good on meme coins now. Like I'm getting better at meme coins.
You broke even.
I've broken even on the ones that I bought recently. But it's like the thing about like when you go in on any of these like DGen cryptos, like the meme coins and all that, because like a utility is like at least has like the backing of like it does something. So there's more than just like the community for it. There's like it's like it's the whole thing. So it does something. So it goes up and down, but it's never gonna it's never gonna rug. So like like the main utility for meme coins is Solana, right? Like Solana is the casino blockchain. Well, if you buy Solana, like I think a few months ago, it was at like 260. So there's people who bought it at 260, and then it like fucking tanked. But even when it tanked, it went down to like what, like I think at the lowest recently was like 120, and now it's back up to 150. So it's not going to go to zero. You know what I mean? Yeah. Whereas like a meme coin, you could throw like $3,000 at a meme coin, and it can just go to zero.
Is pump fund? So the pump fund going down, Bullx and Bullx Neo going down.
I think they're all back up.
They haven't affected. It hasn't affected it all back up.
All right.
Okay.
I think they're all back up. But here's the thing, though.
Our worded.
This is the life needs magic. Life needs mystery and mystique and whimsy.
It's about the thrill of the scratch.
Thanks for the $5.
It's the thrill of Drew. That's a great phrasing. Say that again.
It's the thrill of the scratch.
It's the thrill of the scratch. That is why we get scratchers. There's nothing sadder to me than when I'm in line at the gas station there and there's an unk in front of me buying a tall boy of a natty daddy and then like $31 scratchers and just scanning them at the thing, holding up the line.
Yeah. The
That's so
mystery is
sad.
gone, you're saying? He's
Al-
living
also-
a life free of mystery.
Also,
Exactly.
it's
Yeah.
like what if you just scratch the barcode and then you scan it and you won the big one, and then there's all these people around you. You got to worry about your personal safety.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You know what
Yeah.
I mean? You do it in the comfort of your own home. You win the
Especially
big
like
one.
what color are they?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, there's
you're-
they're
taking
onks, right?
consideration.
yeah,
So,
yeah. I definitely can't do that in my neighborhood.
So
Like,
here's the question. You're at a Secret Santa or at a birthday party or somebody. Somebody gives you 10 scratches for your gift. You scratch them off and you win $1 million.
you give
And-
$0 to the people who bought them for
That's
you.
what I was gonna say. You're gonna have to pay like half of it, probably $640 of it in taxes. You're getting away with like 4 and change.
Nah,
Dude,
you-
the only money
like
I'm giving away ever is if I hit it big, I'm doing the black guy thing. Buy my mama a house. That's it. Everything else is going to me.
So you're not giving any gifts to the person that bought that scratcher for you. You're not giving them 10%.
I might
like,
give
tip.
them. I might return their initials. I'll be like, "It's a $2 scratcher.
yeah,
Here's $2."
yeah. I might dap them up. But
So in the poker room, they have jackpots that you can win for like high hand every hour, and you can win, anywhere from 200 to 1,000, and sometimes 2,000 for a royal flush. But it's customary to tip the dealer who's just dealing you 10% of whatever you win. So if you win 500, you give them 50. You win 1,000, you give them 100.
Sure.
And so I didn't know if your buddy
That
gives you
sounds like
$1
a
million
custom
scratch
the
ticket, you're
dealer
like, oh,
came up
thanks.
with. That sounds like a custom that the dealer just started saying to people like, it's actually noble of you to tip the
Well, you
dealer.
tip the dealers
Frowned
every
upon
hand.
if you don't.
Whenever
give
you
me
win a
money.
hand in poker, you tip it's customary to give them
how much
a tip.
are you tipping them?
Each
They're
hand
like-
when you win, usually just $1. But if it's a really big pot, maybe you can win like $1,000 pot. You
I
probably
remember the first time somebody told me
$1.
this, I was like, that's so crazy.
Dealers make good money. I know dealers that are making $30 plus an hour.
Yeah, I've heard that, but it's because of tips.
That's like 65 grand a year.
Well, they're not worried, but
it ain't bad for somebody who's uneducated.
yeah, you can go in there. I know guys that are making more than that. That it depends. Like if you get in a good hot blackjack table for the night too, or if you're getting bonuses and stuff, there's people that are making $50-$60 an hour. You get to be a degen and say slurs at the table and hang out with your boys and stuff. So it's not like a super high stressful job at most casinos.
Yeah, and they got to clap out too.
And you got hotties walking around the casino depending on where you work. So you get eye
I like
candy.
hotties. I like pretty girls. I like pretty girls.
Dude, I don't mind that song. I listened to it a couple
I thought
times
it
since.
was-
Maybe
I
I'm
thought it
turning
was
into an hunk.
Is that the Will Smith song?
Yeah,
Maybe
I
I'm
thought it
turning
was
into an
fun.
hunk, but it's catchy, dude.
Yeah.
He's just making a wholesome song. He's being an idiot.
But it's also kind of like, all right, Will, we know.
Yeah. I can
Knowing
both
what we
hate
know
it
about
and
his
like it.
personal life, it does seem like the song is like a cry for help.
Yeah.
It's him saying like, "Please release me from the shackles of Jada Pinkett Smith."
Yeah. No, he's doomed. He's a Scientologist. I don't think they're allowed to get divorced.
I don't think he's a Scientologist.
I think he's Scientologist adjacent. Maybe not.
I always
Maybe, I
thought he
don't
was
know.
a Christian. He always was Christian coded.
I always thought that he
Let's
was
look it up.
a
Look it
Scientologist.
up.
Well,
Jamie
listen.
Shannon, you stupid bitch. Look this up. We need
Listen,
to know.
I figured out meme coins because it's Murad. Here's the thing: there's a change happening with money itself and the way we understand finances, financial systems. Okay, I don't like this kind of language, but $5. Quit holding up the line. N66er. I have booze to drink. Lotto people suck. Well, I don't hold up the line.
Well, see, the thing R worded is like in NYC. There's a lotto line, and then there's a everything else line. So you could get your booze, and a lot of people won't be holding you up unless you want to be buying lotto tickets yourself. That is actually pretty nice system.
Yeah,
Lotto Americans.
So, but there is
a lot of Americans.
I think like anybody. I think like pretty much anybody throughout the course of human history I lately have been very interested in money, but not just getting it, which is probably my main interest for sure, is getting it, getting more of it. How do I get it? But then just so what, what is money itself? Like what is currency? What gives any of it, what makes it what gives it value, and why is it the sort of controlling, like the main thing in our lives? Like why is it the main engine that drives all of us, right? So I've been getting really into this. He's dead now. This anthropologist David Graeber. He wrote that book. He wrote a couple of cool books. I haven't read them, but I watched YouTube videos about them. One of them is called Debt: The First 5,000 Years, and the other one is called Bullshit Jobs. Bullshit Jobs is interesting because he exposes how so much of the global workforce is doing nothing and getting paid for it.
Yep.
Like so many of the jobs that have been created over the last 40 years are just jobs where people just kind of do nothing all day and make more money than anyone that's actually doing anything. But when he talks about money, because he's an anthropologist, he was studying all these societies going back as far as 5,000 years, and he talked about how this idea that we have of bartering, that we think of pre-currency societies, that they would just trade chickens and cows and shit with each other. He's like, that's kind of not really what was happening. He said they did have pretty similar to what we have, a sort of financial system based on debt. It's just that they didn't have coins and paper money and anything, but they did. But it wasn't they had an exchange of a bartering exchange like we think of, where you would give this many chickens equals this and that. It was more just a debt based society where you would give your neighbor a cow, and now your neighbor's on the hook for one cow, and you'll figure out how that debt is to be repaid.
Yeah, so Marx got in trouble for this because he preached all this stuff about being kind to your fellow man and all this stuff. But he would show up to the cobbler and be like, okay, I need some shoes for the family. And they'd be like, no problem, Mr. Marx. And then they write an IOU. And then whatever you're working on or whatever, you could come to them and then partially pay, if you were making bread or something. And then you would still owe more of the stuff. But sometimes, if you were selling flour and you had a grocery bill from buying groceries, you'd supply the flour, they would take some off your bill or add some, and they did the bonus. But Marx was notorious after completing all this for not paying all his bills and then dying owing his community a bunch of money.
Yeah, but that's what you can do when you're the top boss.
That's what we call being cool.
Yeah. No, that's like me with my medical bills.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I'm just saying, but you guys aren't writing books about how, about how society shouldn't take advantage of the poor working man while taking advantage of the poor working man.
You don't know what I'm working on.
But that's what this guy David Graeber talks about, that where he's you cut through today where we have monetary systems, it's all money and whatever. And what was this? Before coinage, it was IOUs, $2 from our way. Well, that was, so what he talks about is it's all IOUs, that money itself, because I'm not smart enough to articulate as well as he does, but he talks about so this idea of the deficit, the US is however many $1 trillion in debt. Well, why can't they just pay that off? Why can't that debt go away? And he goes, well, if the debt goes away, then there is no money. So it's that debt is not meant to ever be paid off.
Yeah, the globe is $317 trillion in debt.
Yeah, he's the debt exists because that's how the money works.
Yeah,
he's so all the money is just the banks just will say that there's money, they just hand money around to each other, and it's all just a promise, and the whole system only works under threat of violence. So
well, with the current centralized banking system,
right?
Yeah.
Well, what he talks about, let's not get too libertarian. Let's stay on track here. Let's not go down. Let's not fall off in any
Well, there's
libertarian
other.
potholes.
I'm just saying there's other systems that don't get used.
Well, I'm talking about just like how we think of it philosophically and spiritually and all of it. That it all works under threat of violence. So it's like, okay, well, if you don't have money, it's gonna really fucking suck for you. So it's like, okay, well, so that's how it works, like it's all like predicated on some sort of violence being done against you. And you see that when you go out in the world, like people who don't have money who are like homeless, they've been cast to the margins, and the world is very cruel to them. And then people who have a lot of money, it's like awesome. The world's great, right? It's just like where it gets bad for everybody is like when the fucking banks and the government and all that, like it's all like this debt based thing where like everybody's in debt to something, and then you're expected to pay that off. But he's like, well, really, like all of us are expected to pay off our debts, but
we're actually not. They love you not paying off your debt because then they're making interest off you.
Well, we're expected to make payments on it,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
So there's a moral obligation. He says like there's a moral obligation for all of us to make payments on these debts. And he goes, well, the banks and the government and the people, the rich people, that doesn't exist for them. He's like, and something he elucidates I never really thought about was that when all the banks wrote up those bad loans that led to the housing crash in 2008. So like nobody can pay their mortgage, and now everybody's homes are getting foreclosed on. The banks are insolvent or solvent, whatever the right word. The banks ain't getting their money, so they can't pay the other banks, and then the whole thing is falling apart, right? So it's like at that moment, the government could give all the people a bunch of money, and then they can use that to pay their mortgages back, and in effect, that bails out the people and the banks. But what happened is the government just bailed out the banks and said, okay, all's forgiven. Here's a bunch of money. Then the people are still on the hook for their debts. So he talks about how like the whole system is like, all of us are told that you're a bad person if you don't pay your debts. Whereas like all the fucking people at the top, they don't even operate in that same worldview. And it goes, there's that old expression where it's like, if you owe the bank $1,000, that's your problem. If you owe the bank $1 million, that's the bank's problem.
Yeah. All right. Look, the reason that we invented coinage was because you can't clip IOUs.
Yeah. Hell yeah. That's the best thing you've said all night.
That is very true.
So that was baked into the cake. So when Clinton basically passed a law to force the mortgage companies to lower their standards to create subprime mortgages, they said, okay, we'll allow the government to force us to lower our standards to get more people's houses, but this is going to collapse in a couple of years. You're going to bail us out when it happens, right? And they were like, sure. And then they almost didn't get bailed out, but luckily they had the right people around to do the bailout and finish the deal. So that was baked into the cake. They know with Keynesian economics and all this that it fails down the road. So they're just making deals that, okay, we'll do this now. It'll stimulate this for this amount of time. But when this happens, we need to print to pay this back. So they had already discussed this when it was created in the front half.
Right.
Because there's a lot of people railing that this is going to cause a collapse. And they were like, don't worry about it. And they were kind of right. It was similar to COVID, where I was like rushing around in Rhode Island working, getting second jobs, doing Instacart and all this because they wouldn't let me work other jobs. And then when it was all over, I was like, oh, I finally made all my rents and everything. And then the state of Rhode Island just gave $5,000 checks to anybody who was behind in their rent. And I didn't get one because I was ahead in my rent. So it's like they bailed out. They still did bail it out. And so everybody was on equal footing in the end, no matter if you waited for a check or if you worked to pay the stuff.
Well, I do want to make something very clear. The government should give me money.
Yeah.
That is true. But what I've been thinking, like when I lay awake at night and I'm having deep thoughts and I've been looking in all this, and you start to really think about conceptualize money and all the financial systems and everything, and like the way that we're sort of changing currency itself now, like that we're seeing currency evolve before us with just the ways in which we're able to engage with each other economically, whether it's like the US dollar or crypto or whatever. And you look back through the years at how it's existed in the past and up till now. Some where I'm getting at in the research I've been doing is it's all memes. It's always been memes. For thousands of years it's been a meme economy, and we've never maybe just never been able to speak it or articulate it in that way.
Like it took Fartcoin for us to realize.
I think we needed Fartcoin to show us the light, to take us to the truth that it was always memes. It was always because
there was a lot of that through social elements.
Because what they're talking what I'm seeing now, the sentiment regarding meme coins like Fartcoin or SPX 6900. I saw the one of the big crypto key opinion leaders, a Cole, as they call him on Twitter, Murad, calls them PBAs, pure belief assets. So it's assets with the understanding that the value of these is given purely by the belief that the people have in them. That it's everyone has banded together and like giving Goku a spirit bomb, like giving their energy to Fartcoin, and now it's beating the US dollar. The Fartcoin and SPX and all these things have outperformed the entire history of the stock market in like a matter of months or maybe years at the most, right? So it's did you see that headline that I forget, some financial thing, some financial guy said that he wants banks to be able to consider allow Fartcoin to be listed as an asset when deciding on if they're going to give a home loan.
You can put down Fartcoin.
Yeah, you can put down Fartcoin as collateral for a home loan.
I know if I even mention anything that sounds somewhat libertarian, it's going to get shut down. But there's a huge, argument you can make for Fartcoin being more of a sound currency than the USDC because
I'm with you on that.
You can't print any more of it. It's actually a currency that can't be artificially inflated. So it's more sound of a currency the way that it's been created than its alternative. So the US dollar is
there's only ever going to be a billion Fartcoins.
Yeah. So the US dollar is kind of a meme. And so if they're all right, if the main currency that we use is only held together by the social collective of what's going on and some violence, then why can't this just be it? But this one can't be inflated. So we have two meme options here and this meme option. Now, I personally am into more of utility coins, which is a third thing, which is just like the meme coin where you have faith in it.
They call that boomer crypto.
But then you have some crypto that's attached to ideas and projects that you're involved in where people are using it for payments and usage. And there's an economy that works around that actual bank that's decentralized. And so you can start weaving these coins that can't be artificially inflated. So
was someone jingling keys?
Yeah, I was trying to get your attention.
Yes, I love jingling keys. The first fiat currency was invented by the Song Dynasty.
So Dalton, I would
by death, just like the dollar. That's China before communism.
Yeah, dude, China's invented everything that's fucked up our lives.
Gunpowder, China before
currency.
I'm not a huge fan of him, Dalton, but I think you would like him next to explore him next. Look up Peter Joseph discussing the zeitgeist of his idea of the zeitgeist. He has some movies out where he talks about like
Peter
Jesus
Joseph, what are we in Quahog?
Yeah, but Peter Joseph talks about how he thinks you can create a digital ledger. This was before blockchain. He wanted to be able to track all the resources, figure how much we had. Based on how much we had and how much need, you could create a price demand on that within a system. And then based on people's needs, you could deliver products to them at no cost, kind of like digital communism. And people are like, well, you need a price point. You're going to still need workers to grab this and this and that. And he was like, well, that would be done with the universal basic income. So he has kind of like a digital blockchain communism before blockchain existed. So he had this idea and he was like, well, there's no way to do it. Well, now there's actually a way that he could put together such a ledger. But he's kind of like the next step up from the guy that you're exploring right now. And he was like on Sam Harris back in the day and a couple other things like that until people thought his ideas were too wild. But now that you have blockchain, his ideas are actually possible.
Right.
Yeah.
I think we're like the reason people's eyes glass over and they hate hearing about crypto and all that. Well, the main reason is like a lot of the people involved in crypto fucking suck. That is true. It's like really abhorrent, just obnoxious types for sure. The crypto bro, so to speak. But then secondly, it's like, you know, like it's like completely altering or just trying to like recalibrate the way you even like understand currency. It's like saying like, yeah, everything you thought you knew is wrong or false, or it's, you know, it's just I don't know, it's all
everything they teach you in school.
When people like when people seem to like not like they tune out because they can't wrap their head around Bitcoin or any of this, I'm like, you can't wrap your head around the fucking dollar bills in your wallet. It's just that was what was here when you were born.
Yeah.
So it makes sense to you in as much that that's what's been around. But if you ever actually go to Saginaw, Texas, like if you look at a dollar, there's gonna somewhere on your dollar is either gonna say DC or FW. So if you see an FW, that means Fort Worth. It's actually in a little town called Saginaw, which is like a suburb outside of Fort Worth. But there's a place there called the Bureau of Engraving and Printing.
I see where this is going. You want to do a heist?
No. Actually,
okay.
This is a great way to go to prison for life.
I've always wanted to do a heist.
Because I know about this place because my dad used to work there when I was a kid. Technically his position was federal police officer. He was pretty much a security guard, but he technically worked for the federal government, so he got paid much better than a security guard. You know, I went on a tour when I was a kid. Like he was like, "Oh, you got to come see this new place I'm working at. It's the place where they print all the money." And I remember, like as a young little inquisitive gay child, we were on the tour, and there's a little lady wearing like a bow tie and a vest, showing us everything. And they take you through, and it's like this elaborate, like facility, like this huge, massive operation where they got like artisan tradesmen, the last people who know how to do the plates and roll the ink and press the dollar bills and all that. And it's like this whole industrial sized operation to like print and cut money and get it ready for circulation, right? So you're seeing like the magnificence of American capital at work. Like here's where it starts. This is the money, right? So she's showing us all this, and I'm like, I forget, I'm maybe like 13 at the time, 12, 13. And I remember like she was like, so does anybody have any questions so far? And I like raised my hand. I'm like, so like what gives the money, like what gives the money its value? And she goes, what? And I was like, so yeah, it's like all these guys here, they're just like rolling ink onto these plates and printing it onto these like sheets of paper, and then that goes to the bank, and then I go to the bank and they give me dollar bills. And I'm looking at all this, and I'm like, so what is it about this that's valuable? Like, is there like a
I'm actually doing the calculations, and it sounds like it would cost like 3 cents to make a penny. Doesn't really seem very profitable.
Yeah,
Like, that's seriously true. Like, the Trump administration just finally paused the printing of pennies because it costs like 3.5 cents to make a penny.
right.
Yeah.
But yeah, and so she, she's a tour guide, probably getting paid like at that time like $9-10 an hour.
Yeah.
And so she didn't really have any sort of answer. She just was like, what? And I'm like, all right, so like all these guys are here, these like guys in their 70s, they're the last ones to know. They print, they roll the ink and they print the money. The money goes into circulation, and then you burn all the old money. And I'm like, is there like a place somewhere that has like a bunch of gold that each one of these dollar bills is tethered to or something? And she goes, no.
You never heard of Richard Nixon, young boy?
Yeah, she was like, no,
He'd take us off the gold standard.
Which,
So-
even if there was a gold standard, then I would go, so what makes the gold valuable? And then we just follow that rabbit hole, and then eventually get to it's all me.
Well, there's a giant planet that comes into our solar system once every 450 years. It has aliens on it that has us farming the gold.
Yeah.
So have you heard that? There's actually people that believe that.
Yeah, she didn't like have an answer really. She just was like, it's valuable because it is.
Yeah.
And so it's like, that is true. That is like how it works.
Yeah, she was like annoyed with you.
She was just kind of annoyed with me. But so it's like, essentially, I didn't know it then because it didn't exist. But if I nowadays I would say, oh, so it's like basically the same as fart coin. It's actually worth less than fart coin.
You've seen or heard of the monkey experiment with the banana, the hose, and the monkeys.
The banana and the hose.
So basically,
I know. Okay, I know.
Not that thing. About. So there's like basically a ladder, and then these 10 monkeys below, and there's bananas up top. And when the monkeys climb up the ladder, they squirt them with water, right? And then they take some monkeys away, and they add 5 new monkeys, and then before the new monkeys go to climb up the ladder because they haven't been sprayed with any water to get the bananas, and the other monkeys stop them because they're going to get sprayed. So then they take out the original 5 monkeys, and now it's 10 fresh monkeys. None of them have ever been sprayed with the hose, but they all stop each other before they go up the ladder to get the bananas.
This is in Atlanta?
Yeah, this is in Atlanta. But the idea being is now the monkeys just don't know why they're not climbing up the ladder, but they've just been taught not to. So like we're put into this system as a cog where they've just, this is where you print the money that people have. And like, yeah, but where's the worth? And it's like, no, the person before me trained me how to do the tour, and the guy before him trained him. The guy before him you just showed up for a job and learned how to print money. Mm-hmm. And you don't know when it started, when it's going to end or whatever. You're just this cog in this system. And the people that probably started that printing press don't even live anymore. And now after they're dead and gone, people just keep following the same system because it seems to work.
Yeah, but that's all. That's life, dude.
Applies to everything, right?
No, I know, but I'm saying
we're dropped into the middle of an ongoing storm, and we're just happy to have a roof over our heads,
Well, that's what's really scary about corporations nowadays is that you used to picture like a dude with a monocle and a hat that owns this big corporation, and he's bossing everybody around with orders. But now it's a board that starts up that like gives demands and stuff. And then people leave the board and come and go from the board. But there's no one person really running these big entities anymore. It's just these systems that have been in place by people that were there before them, and everybody just keeps showing up and doing it. And you're like, who owns this place? Where's the money come from? What's going on? And they're not really owned by anybody anymore. They're the people that are like on the board also work for the EPA sometimes. So they're like in these government like programs too. So they go there, they create a new law, then they get back on the board and they use the law to their advantage. And it's just these like paper entities that are just pushing stuff around that do this stuff, and no one knows why they do it, but they just keep doing it because that's what was happening before, and they keep getting a paycheck for $1 million.
Basically,
You know?
what I'm getting from what you're saying is like it's only cool to exist in this cog system if you have a lot of money
Yeah.
and you're getting a lot of pussy.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
So-
ain't nothing changed in the last
Yeah.
5,000 years. That's always been the case.
well, what I'm actually doing with DeFi, and I won't let the audience's eyes glaze over. If you ever read any Austrian economics or free market economics, where it's individual to individual based finance without being able to print money out of thin air, that's kind of what we do. It's actually a service. Like you go to a bank, you need money, and they say, okay, how much does it cost? And you can borrow money or give money or hold money for a fee. And it's just like any other service. So like they don't control anything, they don't make anything. They're offering you a service to use. You can leave at any time. You can come in and take advantage of the service. You can leave. You don't need paperwork. You don't need a credit score. It's just two people working with each other, and the product is just currency.
Yeah, and I'm in on meme coins, which is means that there's a Telegram group you have to join where like thousands of us are in the hole on this meme coin trying to figure out
You're all
how do we
holding
get this
back.
to bounce back.
So here's my thing with the meme coins, Dalton, right? Is if the currency is used for stuff, then it's no longer a meme coin. It now has a utility.
Right.
Like if it gets like if Twitter ever allows you to
What does
use
this mean?
Doge
Coin.
coin.
$5. Doesn't matter. The United States can destroy the entire planet. So drives the currency. 1,100 Chinese currency was backed by blood. Yes, I mean, yeah, that's true.
Thanks for keep the
yeah,
super chats coming. Thank
violence. It's all violence.
Yeah.
This is not true. No, you don't have to pay your debts. I'll say this right now: you do not have to pay any of your debts back ever. And that's financial advice.
Michael Hall, let me tell you a little story. Maybe about 8 years ago, I had this brilliant idea where I was like, what if I just went to like 5 different payday loan places? And then
this is financial advice again. So take out your notebook. If the scratches don't work, this is plan B.
I gotta hear this, Drew. So
Yeah.
what's this scheme you cooked up?
All right. So there was this one month where I really needed rent money, and I was like, how am I going to get rent money? And I was like, okay, what if I just went to 5 different kinds of payday loan places, took out payday loans on them? They all think that I'm just going with them. I get $250 from all of them. And I was able to pay my rent, but the next month I wasn't able to pay off every single payday loan. So then my next idea was, what if I just don't pay the payday loan places?
Oh my god!
Now you're cooking, dude. This is like the Chase Bank.
I hope everybody's writing this down.
Yeah, this is like when they had the Chase Bank glitch where you could steal money from the ATM.
hey, but I never paid them back, and it was always a burden on me because it always fucked up my credit. And then last year, I finally decided to because I just always avoided checking my credit because I always knew it was going to be shit. Last year, I finally checked my credit, and I looked at my credit. It was shit, but I looked at my debts that I owed, and there was only one of the payday loan advances on there. And it was $300, and now I'm doing a lot better than I was back then. So I just paid it off, and then my credit went up 150 points.
Which, by the way, for the average person, one delinquent payday loan is devastating. For any regular person, that will ruin a family.
Yeah, well, if you can wait it out for 7 years,
yeah, they take everything off after 7 years.
Dude, that's a really good strategy. That's a really good scheme. You were playing the long con, dude. I just need $800 right now, and in 7 years,
You literally, scientifically, right? You change a cell, your cells are changing every day, right? Off your body. And so you get new cell growth, and it takes about 7 years for every cell to be re-replicated in your body. You literally waited so long that it wasn't you anymore that owned that, technically that owned that money.
I was
Yeah.
reborn.
You were reborn. You were all new cells by the time they could come after
I mean,
you.
I'll tell you, dude. I'll tell you this: like when I went crazy and was having my mental break, I like fucked up financially a lot. Like there was like so many things I did. Like one of the things. First off, I just have to live with it. I can never use PayPal again. So that's one thing. I owe PayPal probably like $1,500, and I just said, "Oh, I did." That just means I don't use PayPal anymore.
Yeah.
And then, like when I was in that state of mind, I don't think I know this. There were a couple credit cards that I just went buck wild on. That like when I came out of the psych ward, I was looking through and I go, "Well, I don't know what to do about this," and I kind of just like did what Drew did, and I said, I guess I'll just do nothing. and so honestly, it did, like, my credit is not good. It's not as bad as I thought it'd be, and it keeps improving every month because I do make payments on my student loans. Those credit cards, there's some some collections agencies got that debt now, and I just don't answer my phone.
Well, technically,
your phone.
I don't think they can collect it from you.
For that entire 7 years, my phone was ringing off the fucking
Dude, I'm
That's
getting,
brutal.
dude, my phone is blowing up constantly. And I just go, if it's anybody who really needs to talk to me, they'll leave a voicemail or they'll shoot me a text, and they'll make sure that I know it's them.
Yeah.
Otherwise, this is one of those Jewish tricks. This is one of the Jewish sorcery to trick me into answering this phone.
So just going back to decentralized finance or whatever, the idea of a credit score in 7 years is ridiculous that they can hold you hostage. So I do borrowing and lending on decentralized site called Aave, and not to get too far, but they do real lending. So you can put $1,000 on there, right? And they'll let you borrow off of your collateral a loan up to loan amounts. You could borrow, say, $750. So if you bought Bitcoin for $1,000 and you thought it was going to go up, you could borrow $750 US, go spend it. But you can't get your Bitcoin back until you give them your $750 that you borrowed. But there's no time limit on when the money comes back or whatever. So they do real lending. But if you defaulted on that loan because Bitcoin went down and you owed them money you didn't pay back, they just take your $1,000, and as soon as you have more collateral, you could get back into the game.
It's like a pawn shop for your Bitcoin.
It's kind of, but you could put any sort of asset in there.
You could do the loop.
You can loop it.
You take that loan and buy more Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And add that as collateral, and then pull out another loan against that.
I just did that the other day, and I made $650 on Ethereum in 4 hours. So you can do that. I also did it about a week before that, and I lost $3,800 in 6 hours.
Oh
yeah,
dude, the whole market.
Yeah,
Dave,
you
can't.
That shit with Iran that popped, like the whole market took a big dump.
Yeah, that's when I got fucked. I've slowly made it all back. Loop. I've been doing daily huge leveraged Ethereum plays, and then it moves a couple of points.
That's even more, by the way, that's more degen than the meme coins. Like going on perps and hitting that 40x leverage.
No. I'm actually have real asset in there that I could lose on Aave, and I can only get loan to value on it. So I'm not borrowing anything against my bank account. I'm looping actual assets, but I could lose it all. Yeah. I could get loan to value.
Yeah, those like longing or shorting a crypto like that, doing it on leverage. Dude, there's that one guy on Twitter, James Wynn, and he had he was on a 40x long on Bitcoin, and I think it was like $1 billion long. So
those guys, though, are doing it through EFTs and hedge funds and borrowing money. So they're not actually putting the assets anywhere.
Right. I guess so. Yeah, it's it's shit that I don't really understand that well. I just know that like he didn't actually put $1 billion in there. It's just
No.
that
I
on
can
a
show you how to
40
do it on Aave if you really want to get degen sometimes.
yeah, on a
guys.
40x long, he had like whatever times 40 equals $1 billion is what so he had that in there. And at one point he was up, like if he had closed that at the top, he would have made like $80 million on that long.
Jesus.
But he just rode it right into the fucking ground and got liquidated and lost all that 80 million plus like whatever he had put up as collateral. And so now he's being a little whiny baby, and now he's like shorting Bitcoin as it's going back up.
Well, here's the problem with what he's doing. Not the problem, but so the blockchain is available to scan, right? So you can see who's doing it. He has a wallet attached. The situations that he's putting himself in are extremely dangerous, and because people can follow him, communities are trying to liquidate him.
Oh yeah.
So like they're going after him. I'm doing it on a much smaller level. In the manipulation, they wouldn't be able to manipulate the market like they're manipulating for him. He's doing these very dangerous moves, and when people see it, they're like, okay, well then fuck him. We'll just keep buying until he gets liquidated because he shorted Bitcoin. And then as soon as he gets liquidated, they just sell at a profit, and he got fucked and they all win.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
The thing that sucks with the current market is like Bitcoin's supposed to be a store of value along with Ethereum and all this stuff. But like BlackRock last week was buying like, they had to buy for like 26 million Ethereum, 36 million, 42. That's all fake fiat currency that they didn't earn. They didn't add value to the community, that they're getting to buy assets of supposed value in the crypto community, and that kind of pisses me off. I don't like that.
I've been every day I see these because I follow all these like finance accounts on Twitter, so I get the updates where it's like BlackRock, Fidelity, and that one psycho
So
Michael Saylor.
I get the BlackRock, the State Street, and the what's the third one? Vanguard. Those are the three that I watch.
Yeah. Then the big corporations like that, I am worried. Like that makes me feel like they're gonna take like the decentralization of it and just centralize it by buying up as much as they can.
Yeah.
But there's one guy, Michael Saylor, who's the CEO of a company called MicroStrategy.
Yeah.
And it seems like the whole goal of his company at this point is just to buy as much Bitcoin as possible. I don't know what the company actually does beyond that.
Yeah, I've seen him doing that recently. They own a large percentage.
Yeah, because he talked about it. He said like but he said like buying Bitcoin right now is like buying Manhattan real estate in like the early 1900s.
Yeah,
where he's like think of it as like digital Manhattan. And I'm buying up like all the prime Manhattan real estate.
Yeah.
So
that's what the blockchain is. It's a piece of a decentralized network of the internet. So like right now we're on the World Wide Web and all the servers are owned by companies, corporations, and governments. The blockchain is the future web, like a web 2.0, where everything is decentralized. Computers can come and off. No servers are privately owned. And when you buy a Bitcoin or a piece of Ethereum, you're buying like Bitcoin is like the mineral rights that you're buying. Ethereum's kind of like highways that you're buying on the real estate. And
L2,
eventually they'll
L1,
all be gone.
L2.
Yeah, eventually it'll all be gone, the popular ones. And then it'll drive up the demand. So no one really understands fiat, like you were saying earlier, Dalton. So I think what'll happen in the future is like Apple will buy a big portion of Bitcoin. They'll open up banks on your phone where it says Bitcoin and it's volatile. But the average person will never own the Bitcoin. Apple will own the Bitcoin, and they'll just scan their phone and buy stuff. And then guys like you and me will know how to hold our own Bitcoin in our own wallets.
The way that like Robinhood was or is.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, people
Do
will
not, by the way, I use Robinhood's like the easiest way that I found to onboard like onto my Phantom wallet, because I can put money onto my Robinhood buying power and then go into Phantom wallet, generate a quote for Solana, and then select Robinhood buying power. and then it buys it from Robinhood, but immediately puts it on my Phantom wallet, right? I would say never keep your anything on Robinhood outside of like stocks. Do not put crypto on there.
They work for the hedge funds.
Yeah, I would not try to like sell any crypto on Robinhood or do any like crypto with them beyond like if you're just like using it as a convenient way to put it onto your own wallet.
So they prove,
because what is it technically? It's like you don't actually own the
when it's on an exchange, it's like the crypto is being held by the exchange on your behalf. So technically you're not owning it in that when it's on there. And,
say the phrase, Dalton.
Not your keys, not your coin.
Yeah.
Not your keys, not your crypto.
Not your keys, not your cheese.
Not your keys, not your cheese. Yeah. So it's like, when it's on an exchange, it's like if you have it on Coinbase or crypto.com or Robinhood or any of these exchanges, Gemini, Kraken, it's like they technically own it or they're holding it. And then like you have the account that says it's yours. But like you saw like what happened with FTX, like Sam Bankman-Fried or however you say his name. He had that Altameda, whatever the FTX exchange, right? That was just a Ponzi scheme. So all these people had their crypto on his exchange, and then he just stole like $30 billion.
So so he was taking out loans against the crypto on his exchange in the FTX token. Then he was using that token to give to CPACs for campaigns. So people didn't realize that they were basically funding political campaigns. And then when everything went down, he became the scapegoat. And when that other guy that actually did the Ponzi schemes, he's paid back all this stuff. Even the people that got money, positive cash flow from when he scammed everybody, had to pay back everything that they owed, and everybody's been reimbursed. And Bernie Madoff is out of jail, and he's paid all his debts.
Bernie Madoff
is dead.
Oh, not Bernie. Sam
Bankman.
No. Yeah, well, but the guy that did the Ponzi scheme, the actual Ponzi schemes, did get out of jail, and all his debts were paid. I forget. Wasn't it Bernie Madoff?
No, Bernie Madoff died in prison.
Oh, so it was actually Ponzi. Whoever did the whatever.
All the original Ponzi?
Yeah, all the people had done that stuff, whatever. Like if you you borrowed 10 from him and he gave you 10, the people had to pay their debts back that got the fake money from the fake whatever, and everybody got paid off. But Sam Bankman-Fried, they're just like, yeah, whatever. No one gets paid back. And it's because as soon as they trace where the money went, it went to political people during that election cycle or whatever. So it went to like political CPAC. So all the politicians that got money were probably like, look, we're not going to investigate this guy or whatever.
Right.
So that was really interesting. But no, the reason somebody asked in the chat why I said the hedge funds own Robinhood is because...
I do want to speak on that. Just like, if you think about it for a second, Robinhood, like, how do you think they're letting you trade for free on there?
Yeah, they're giving the data to the hedge funds.
Yeah, you can't. Any other brokerage, you're gonna have to pay fees to trade on.
Yeah,
but you could just download the Robinhood app and trade for free, because that's like that's touched on. That's like a plot point in the movie Dumb Money when they're doing the whole thing that happened in real life, like investigating Robinhood, or some journalist was interviewing the guys and they're like, so how do you make money? Like if people can sign up and just trade for free, like how are you making money? And the guy just started stammering. He just was like, and then it turns out they're in the pocket of Citadel, that big hedge fund.
So when the GameStop guys did the squeeze on the people that shorted GameStop and all that was going on, that's when Robinhood really showed their ass, because they shut down trading when the hedge funds were getting fucked, so that the people that had their GameStop on Robinhood weren't allowed to trade it. And they did it to protect the hedge funds until they could remove some stuff around.
They said it. Well, they stopped it. You couldn't buy anymore. You could sell whatever.
Yeah, basically, you couldn't fuck the hedge funds.
Yeah.
So like that's when they really, had no, like, they can say we don't work for the hedge funds and you trade for free and we're not selling the data. But when it came down to the hedge funds getting fucked by whatever there was, the Reddit Wall Street bets,
Yeah, Wall Street
because the
bets.
community, and I forget what the other one was. They did GameStop and one other stock. They did it too.
AMC.
Yeah, AMC.
BlackBerry.
They shut everything down. And I had this happen on just when I learned my lesson. I was on Bittrex, which was a small crypto exchange, and there was a split on Zcash back in the day, and they did the same thing. We were about the people that were holding it. We're going to get a split. We're going to get double paid, and then you pay the money off. And the exchanges were about to lose a bunch of money, and the people were going to about to make money, and they just shut the exchange down and didn't let us exchange that day. And so all the people lost the money instead of the exchange. And I said, okay, well, fuck centralized exchanges from now on.
Yeah, the centralized exchanges, you only use that if you need to sell something to put in your bank account. To get some
you
money.
use it as an exchange, not to hold money. You literally use it for what it's for. Put the money. I still use decentralized exchanges instead, so no one actually holds the money. It just goes into like a liquidity pool and then out the other end into my wallet. That's the best.
Yeah, and that's how you get it tax free.
Yeah, and that's how I make money. You guys can deposit some money into my pool, just pay me a small little fee, and get your money on your end.
Yeah, crypto's cool. I get why people hate it, but it's like the more you play around with it and start to understand it, you go, well, there's nothing in the traditional modes of finance that's set up for like regular people to get these kinds of returns. Like as it is right now, like if you go on Robinhood and try to play the stock market, you're gonna lose money more likely. But then even when you succeed, the best you can hope for on a stock trade usually is like 20, 25, maybe 30%, right? Meme coins, you could 1,000 times your investment. Like I have, if I wasn't such a DJ, I would still have these profits. But back when Pump Fund actually had some kind of, like when it wasn't all just Indian scammers, dude, there were like Pump Fund is really just trying to time pump and dumps. But I got in on a couple pump funds where like in like half an hour, I turned like a $60 investment, if you want to call it that, into like $4,000.
So, I mean, meme coins are predatory in the sense that you are using somebody else's liquidity, but they're not predatory in the way that, when you show up to a poker table, everybody knows why they're there. They're trying to take other people's money.
Right.
So everybody that gets into meme coins is getting in with the idea that I want new liquidity to come in and then I want to take it from you.
Yeah.
Well,
more often than not, you're the one that's getting taken from, but
that is basically what it is.
What's happening. Yeah.
Well, there's something interesting happening with like the meme ecosystem. Because it does operate on the bigger fool theory or whatever it's called, where it's like as long as there's like somebody willing to come in and pay more than what you paid, you can get out with profit. And then I guess at some point somebody's going to have their dick in their ass or whatever, so to speak. But I guess there's like a new thing happening with this, like what I've seen called pure belief assets, where there is like a community backing of like the big one I keep seeing is SPX 6900, which is like it's this like community effort to consistently outperform the S&P 500 and eventually like flip it in like value. So like to do better than the actual S&P 500, and then to like, I guess like have a bigger market cap than even the real S&P 500 or something like that. I don't know. But I mean, it seems to be working because like, like when a meme coin launches, it's at like, 0.000, like whatever fraction of a penny. Well, now like in a matter of like however, it hasn't been around that long, like can't be more than a couple of years. At the SPX 6900 is at $1.50. It's trading at $1.50 now.
That's pretty crazy.
So that means there's guys who were early to it who didn't have like could just throw like a couple $100 into it when it launched, and they're like millionaires now because of that.
Do you know anybody who used to do like personal lotteries, like communities, when you were growing up or anything?
Like a cakewalk?
I don't know if
like you go to like a school fair and do a cakewalk.
Kind of
like a raffle.
No, not like a raffle. But like I know like this like Haitian family that it was just a big family and community and a church, and they had these cookouts, whatever. They invite people over food, but they had a group of 500 people in the community that would like put $1 into this lottery every week, and then you pull your number and you win 500, right? And they did it for years, and they would be like, yeah, so you can save up for stuff. And you're like, well, why don't you just save up the dollars instead of putting it in? He's like, well, when you win, you get 500. And I was like, well, have you ever won? They're like, no, but when I do, I'll get 500. So some people just have like that mindset of like, look, I can't save, but I can come up with $1 every week. And then when I win, I'll get a bunch of money and I can buy the stream thing. And then I go back tomorrow and I give $1.
Scratchers mentality.
Yeah, and I know
I'm not going to save this $30, but give me that purple $30 scratcher.
Yeah,
let her rip.
So I kind of think that's kind of like meme coins too, where there's some guys that are like, I'm never going to be rich forever, but I can gamble on meme coins. Oh, I just hit big. For like 3 months, I'm going to go to Bali and do this and do that. And now I'm broke. Let's go back to meme coins. And then somebody else hits and they get to live that lifestyle for 3 months. And then they're broke, then trying to gamble again. And the money's kind of like going in and out of like, of circulation.
I'm not trying to do the round tripping. When I hit it big on meme coins, I'm rotating into something where I can keep my money and just passively grow it.
I can show you how to do that.
Yeah, not me. When I hit it big on scratchers, I'm taking a trip to Japan. I'm meeting my future wife,
of course,
and then I'm figuring it out from there.
Well, that would be the first thing I would do, and then I would say, okay, now I need to make sure that I put these profits into somewhere where I am guaranteed if I don't want to, I never have to work again. You know what I mean? Rather than round tripping a 6-figure, 7-figure profit back down to zero and having to stay in the trenches, as they call it.
Yeah.
I don't want to keep doing that shit.
Speaking of Japan, I was talking about this with the boys, but I was looking into it. A studio in Tokyo can go as low as $350.
Drew, I don't think that's as good as you think it's going to be. I think pretty quick you'll find out why those Japanese guys in the suits are killing themselves.
Dude, you can even cheaper than that. You can go and you can get a tube that you lay in at night that's got a TV on the top and it slides out. So
but those are the hotels. Those are like $20.
I got a tube for you, pal.
You can slide into a tube. Some of them have like these. They have anime in there. You put a headset on. They have a lotion and tissues right there. So everything you need.
Lotion to jack
I
off.
don't know if you can masturbate in the tubes.
You have to have a Japanese size penis.
I've seen this redheaded teacher.
No problem for me.
There's nothing wrong with having a Japanese size penis.
I've seen this redheaded I don't know if she's like on TikTok or whatever. I've seen the shorts of her, but she's this American teacher who's a redhead that teaches English in Japan. And then she does these little TikTok videos or whatever, showing the different stuff. And she 100% is like, yeah, you want to sanitize. They have sanitation stuff here, and then they have lotion and tissues here for some other activities. So Japan is really big on like allowing people to be sexual. They sell underwear and smelly underwear. And
they had the blowjob bars. Trust me, I've done.
Oh, they have a blowjob bar. Yeah.
You know what would be funny is
I thought it was expensive in Japan.
Drew, you hit it big on scratchers. You go to Japan and you lose it all doing like Shinmu Lucky Hit. Now you're stranded in Japan, penniless.
Yeah, I lose it all.
You have to work the docks.
I think I mentioned this to Dalton when we first started talking on here, but like I looked really hard at Thailand because you can live it up pretty big with just a little bit of money. And I was like, oh, if I can generate like $2,500 on the internet, I can live like a king in Thailand.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, dude, like it's not that expensive in
Somebody in the
Japan.
chat wants to know. So this is a good question. Is there not enough juice with Bitcoin that you need to gamble on shitcoins? Yeah, that's true. Yes. To answer your question, no, there's not. You do if you want to get the kind of returns we're talking about, you gotta hit the trenches and gamble
Yeah.
on meme coins.
The thrill of the scratch applies to meme coins as well.
Because I mean, honestly, the best thing anyone could do is buy Bitcoin in 2009 and then never sell it.
Dude, I always think
Dude.
about it.
That's
Oh,
like,
dude, you don't even know. I've told the stories here. I've owned 100 Bitcoin. I got invited by Jeff Berwick to New York City to buy Bitcoin on paper, and I was like, "You guys are retards." I didn't understand the power.
no,
of
that
Bitcoin.
was the thing. Nobody did.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, one day, everybody who had at one point had like thousands and gave it away.
Yeah,
Is like looking at what's happening and going,
this guy.
I'm about to fucking
Kill myself.
I'm about to throw myself
I mean,
off the balcony, dude.
Here's the thing,
Yeah,
because I
even
got
in-
back in again when Bitcoin was like 3,600, and I owned like 5 of them, and I sold when they went up to like 20K again. And I was like, okay, I'm on a debt. I can pay this business back. I can get my car going. I have some money, whatever. Like at the time, I would have been dumb after I made all that money to keep it in there. You know what I mean? So like the people that are actually crazy is the people that bought it in 2009 and they're still holding it today. It's,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
I saw a good one though where that one account, he does good YouTube videos too. They got Flesh Simulator posted about how like at one point if he still had the amount of Bitcoin he had at one point in time, it would be worth like $21 million today. But he said, back then I used it to buy research chemicals on the gray web and I MK Ultra'd myself. So do I wish I still had $21 million in Bitcoin? Yeah, but at least now when I close my eyes, I still see hallucinations from
I had a friend in high school who became a Bitcoin millionaire, and I remember being in the Air Force and coming home for leave, going to his house and hanging out with him, and he was like showing me Bitcoin. He was showing me how he was mining it, because when you first started mining it, like when it came out, you didn't need like a great PC. You could do it with like a shitty laptop. And he was mining it. He got a bunch of Bitcoin, and at a certain point, he just like disappeared off the internet because he became a millionaire. And I heard through like my other friends, like, oh yeah, he's like really fucking rich now, and nobody knows. Like nobody can get in contact with them at all. But I remember him showing me it and just thinking like, this is the dumbest shit that I've ever seen in my life.
Oh yeah, I was in that situation with the libertarians quite a bit, and I have other buddies that are poor like me.
Dude, there's people that
we had money that we would go to like lunch and we were paying each other in Bitcoin, like just because we thought we were cool. But had you known it was, because at libertarians we thought it was just something that was going to like pass, that was like cool, like gold or whatever, that was going to stay around that price. When it shot up and you're like, oh, I sold that stuff. Then I was like, well, I'll wait for it to come back down, and then you get a little bit more and it goes up and you sell. If I knew what it was going to be, obviously you would just hold it or hold some. I didn't know anything about money either. So now I understand, even now when I hold some, you don't sell it all. You sell a portion of it, of your profits, and you leave some in to grow.
Yeah.
It's not an all or nothing thing. You don't get $1,000 and throw it all in hoping for it to go up and then pull it all out. I had no strategies. I was just, I thought I was a genius at the time when I pulled that out.
I mean, that's how you learn those. Like,
it's a hard lesson though, because I mean, I wouldn't be here with you guys. I always say that. Like, I like a lot of stuff that happened in my life, but who knows what would have.
Because I started
killed myself like John McCarthy when I
started
rich.
My financial journey on the stock market on Robinhood, and I've talked about this. Like, I hit it big on the first trade I ever did. I was up so much, and everybody was telling me, sell it fucking now. That is not going to keep going up. It's not valuable. This is like a temporary squeeze, and that's going to fucking nosedive. And I said, no, I think like I'm going to be a millionaire. And then it started nosediving, and I still pulled out and made like a ton of money on it. But I was like, well, shit, man, I just made like $3,000 in a few days on like one trade. Why doesn't everybody do this?
Yeah, dude.
This is like,
I told you when
I
I
don't
did
even
the
need a
meme
job
coins,
anymore.
when I did the meme coins for those like 3 days during the Trump inauguration, when like Trump coin went through, I made money on that. I made money on Melania coin, like quite a bit, but I sold it all. I didn't hold any.
Yeah.
And I didn't ride it all the way to the top. I got in like late and sold as soon as I made a couple thousand. But then I freaking had Troy. I'm like, Troy, you gotta see this, dude. Get on Discord right now, dude. I'm making thousands every day. Watch this. Lost it all in real time, right in his face, dude. And the poor kid just had to watch my face go.
You got, dude, those rugs. It's like rugs have become so rampant at this point that really, like, I'm not. By the way, like, if you go on any Reddit threads, they're all gonna say like, don't do meme coins.
Yeah,
you have better odds at a casino. That's definitely not true.
No,
you do not have better odds at a casino. It's just that with meme coins, you do have to know like kind of what to look for. I'm not saying there's like too much strategy, but you do kind of have to have like a plan of action.
I would say the bigger thing is not buying. Like when I was looking at coins when I first got in and I was looking at the narratives for the Trump stuff, I was like, okay, Trump, this looks like the better Trump of the 5 that launched. It's got the most holders. Okay, here's the Melania coin. Where's the Baron coin?
Yeah,
and then
so
once I made money
like,
on the good ones, the next day is like, okay, let me find something. And there really wasn't anything good with the good narrative, but I just kept throwing money into it and watching it get rugged.
Yeah, that was my problem too. Is just like, okay, I need to buy something.
Chasing, I have to stop myself from that too. Chasing narratives like that, like those are quick flips. So like you have to be on top of that shit, and you just like those you're just trying to get in and out of because like all that. Anything that's coming through in the news that when you go on Deck Screener, all of a sudden there's like 20 different meme coins for something that just happened. You can make money on that, but you have to be like really quick about it. You have to like get in and then like set yourself like some kind of, when this hits like a 30% or 50% profit or whatever, I'm selling no matter what because I know it's going to fucking tank. It's not going to hold value. Really, like if you're like anything that you're gonna hold for like weeks or months, you have to like do your own research. DYOR.
Here's my 2 big coins that are still early that I would recommend you research. One's a utility coin called White Rock, owned by Trump's Liberty firm, owned by BlackRock, and the creator of Ethereum. And that is going to tokenize stocks, bonds, EFTs on the blockchain and allow people to trade those. And you can right now go to the Whitecoin website, trade stocks, bonds, and NFTs. It's super cheap. It's like 0.00008 cents. And then the other meme
Hold
coin
on, let me see. Is it cheap? It's cheap to you. Is it cheap for a meme coin? Let me see.
It's called
Litecoin.
It's called White Rock, kind of like Black Rock, but White Rock. And then that's an actual utility coin. The meme coin that I'm in that's super low right now, which will probably pump next time Ethereum pumps, is Pepe's dog Zeus. And that's on sale right now. But that's the biggest first meme dog coin on the Ethereum chain under Pepe, and the owner of Pepe and most of the community is bought into that. That's super cheap right now. During the next Ethereum pump, that will probably pump.
Why hasn't somebody made a meme coin called Crack Rock?
They probably have.
But if you're into utility coins, I would research. I'm in White
Rock is actually looking good. It's at a what's this a one? Wow.
So that's a $1 trillion print.
It's a $1 trillion supply, and it's at 0.0007. So what the market cap on $1 trillion supply at that's a $750 million market cap. So honestly, White Rock is looking really good at that price. Because I mean,
I would suggest that people go take a look and they do some research.
Yeah, so that's a good looking one. And then
That's a utility coin too. It's
I'm
got a
seeing a
whole
lot.
website
I'm
and
seeing a
everything.
lot. Like since you told me about zoos, I'm seeing more and more people post about that. So that one is a lot of people are bullish on that one. The one I'm in on that's similar because like Pepe is like leading the charge on that particular type of meme coin, which is like the what's the total? The total supply is like 420.69 trillion.
Yeah, that's on the because that was the Pepe joke. So when you print
Right,
the
so-
coins, most time they do $1 billion market, like total print of all the coins.
Yeah, there's a
You
billion
can
in
set
total
that
supply.
number. You can set that number to anything, but most people, when they do their calculations about market cap, their mindset is set around $1 billion, and then you kind of get used to where it is. They set it as a joke because it doesn't actually matter to 420.69, and so it's hard to calculate actually where Pepe is going because your mind's set in the billion. And then some of these newer coins are doing $1 trillion prints, which
No,
you
I
couldn't
think
really
Pepe
even
is 420.69 trillion.
Oh yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
you're right.
because it trades at like 0.000009 or whatever, you know. So, but Pepe did, you know, it launched in August of 2023 at like 0.701, you know, and then it hit its all time high in December of last year, which was like 0.00002. So if you bought it at launch and just held on to it until December and sold at the top, you got rich. Like that.
Yeah. Dogecoin I got into pretty early. Same thing with Shiba Inu. And I made like 20 grand on each of those and cashed out.
Damn.
And I was like,
That's
this
nice.
is it. And then I used that money to just not work for months and like work on plans and stuff and then seed fund and put into whatever. But if I had kept in those, because I would made a shit ton of money. I would have made millions on Dogecoin.
Yeah.
But I don't know. You like it's like meme coin, so like that was the most money I'd ever made in a trade ever was on Doge getting in early, and then I got sick when it went up, and then when it came back down, I was like, I'm a genius. I got out. I made my money.
You really
then it
just have to, like, when it comes to this kind of like trading and all that, you just kind of have to like, you're like you're just like, it's you against yourself, right? So you like, if you get profit, you just have to say to yourself like, I profited, so that's good. That's good.
You can't kick
think
yourself.
about it
Well,
beyond that.
Even so, I have like 6 million, maybe close to 8 million white rock coins. Right now, if it pumped up to tens of thousands, I might pull 1 million out. With Doge, I probably should have pulled out like 5K or 10K or whatever. You know what I mean? Like small, and always left some in there to ride. I just always had an all or nothing mindset. Like, okay, I'm in. Especially with meme coins like that. I was like, okay, this thing sucks. It's not going anywhere. It'll be gone in a year. And now it's the most popular. I don't think there's a more popular meme coin than Doge.
Doge.
It is the original meme.
Doge is the original, but there's a few that are more valuable.
Yeah, Fartcoin.
Fartcoin is the future of crypto.
Yeah.
Drew, by the way, Drew, I think, when did you buy Fartcoin? You bought it at like 80 cents?
Yeah, it was around there.
You bought it around 80 cents, and you were in our group chat saying Fartcoin is the future of crypto, kind of jokingly, and then it just like dumped on you, and you were like beating your head against the wall. But then it went back up, and it's like been holding around $1 and over $1.
It didn't only go back up, but it went up to like 160.
When did you guys get in? Like at 25 cents?
Drew bought it at like 80 cents, and then it like dropped down a lot. And so I think Drew, did you sell at a loss? Did you sell at the bottom?
No, I didn't sell at the bottom. No, it kept on like fluctuating around that price, and then I just lost faith in it, and I think I maybe lost like $30 or $40.
Yeah, and then it went back up, and like it went all the way up to like $1.60 at one point, and then like now we were all like, Robbie actually was one that said, he's like, I can't believe that Fartcoin is actually the future of crypto.
Well, the thing too is that, I mean, somebody who has made money off crypto throughout the years or whatever is people like, oh, why didn't you hold whatever? And it's like, well, at the time, it's like, okay, I need to put $1,200 into my car. I needed another $1,200 for rent, and I had $600 in groceries, and it's like, okay, well, I have this money right here. Why don't I just take
it's
it out
hard
of
to
those
just
ones?
let your shit sit there.
Yeah, so it's like it's easy to say hold, but like when life comes at you over the years and you have bills, like when I was in my 20s and I kind of fucked up my life and I was doing construction and drinking or whatever. I remember I had one of my tires on my car had a slow leak, but I didn't really have enough extra money at the time that I wanted to buy a new tire because I wanted to get it. So every day I would just wake up in the morning and drive to the gas station and put air in that tire. And then by the next morning, it was like really low again. And I had to just go there. And then like once a month, if it was cold out, it would be completely flat. And I would have to change my tire to a donut. And then I would just go there and fill it up again. Because I was just like on the cut. I was like, I don't have enough. And then I did have an event went good, and I was able to buy 4 tires, and I was like, okay, we're back in the game, baby.
Yeah.
We didn't have remote jobs back then, so I had to get to like the construction job.
Oh yeah,
and
yeah,
do the
dude,
stuff and everything.
Dude, as much as I complain about everything now, you can't. It is nice that nowadays you can live life in a way where you could just make all the money you need from your
within your home,
from your
Yeah.
computer.
Yeah.
I wish I was a fat girl though, because like all the fat girls seem to have those laptop jobs where they make like $150,000 to $300,000 a year, just like kind of doing nothing.
yeah, being on Slack.
Yeah, and then they're just
Yeah.
always like you look at them on social media and they're just always on some fucking new vacation, going somewhere and doing things, and it's like, bitch, you ain't never worked a fucking day in your life.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? That was the thing that but by the way, that was the thing people were lighting me up about, because like I'm about to have to, I guess, like go to trial or court or some kind of civil proceedings against Dasha Nekrasova, and she's gonna
Yeah.
fucking sue me for defamation.
Dasha, you're also welcome on the show anytime.
Dasha,
We could
open
hash this
invite.
out. We could hash this out in Dork Court.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like she
I
you know
saved
what?
that video for later.
Let's tweet at Dasha that you're taking her to Dork Court. She thinks she can just take you.
well that
take you
this
there.
dumb bitch fucking lit me up on my post, and every time I responded to her, she never responded. She was like responding to other people, and I was like joking around with her, but then just like kept acting upset. I was like, bitch, you just want to be mad about some shit. This is bitch brain. This is BPD bitch brain. Because I'm over here japing and jabbing and joking and jesting, and you're just continuing to act like a fucking little bitch because you want to be upset because you're a girl. And that's
I
what
didn't
it
see
is.
the interaction.
Let's cool down about the girl I'm gonna masturbate to later.
Yeah.
Well, but the thing, she lit me up because like she posted that Zoran Mamdani, she said he never had a job. And then I screenshotted that, and I only screenshotted it because if I quote tweet it, the context is lost, and the only thing you see is her text that she posted, and you don't see what she quote tweeted. So I have to screenshot it so the full context can be seen. That's the only reason I did it as a screenshot.
Yeah.
But then I screenshot it and I said Peter Thiel pays you $25,000 a month for an audio only podcast, and somehow that went kind of viral. She found it, and then her response was really odd because she could have ignored it, or she could have said nuh-uh, but instead she said prove it, moron, which is not exactly refuting the claim. She's asking for evidence, which is just a kind of a curious response for the claim I'm making that she's funded by Peter Thiel. Like, why not just either ignore it or deny it?
Yeah,
Why would you ask me to prove it?
she's doing the dancing Israelis argument.
Yes, she was playing the dancing Israeli defense.
She also knows how to do social media, so she might have known that that would get the most
Maybe.
likes for everybody. You know.
Yeah,
But-
her handler told her to say that.
Yeah, but then
her
somebody
APAC,
suggested
her APAC
somebody,
handler told her that's what she needs to do.
somebody suggested to her that she should sue for defamation, and then she said, like, I would, but I don't know how to do that. So I just responded with a screenshot of me Googling defamation lawyer NYC.
You can just ask Stavros Halkis.
Oh, Lily says she can prove it. Okay, there we go. That's my
All right.
ace in the hole. There we
It's
go.
gonna be a good. That's gonna be a good Lily video.
That's going to be a great episode of Podcast is the proof.
And by the way, Drew, on the similar topic, I sent you that one video, but if you just go to, I think it's like Skin Nudes TV or whatever.
Yeah.
She's
Secret
done
reveal.
quite a bit of nudity in her movie. She even gives a simulated blowjob. I couldn't find just the video for us to bring up, but there's a video of her giving a simulated blowjob while the guy is driving a car.
Oh, don't worry. I'm gonna be doing a
Run-
deep dive for my
Run
own.
simulation blowjob.
I don't know if she's had any of this stuff removed, but I had looked at this years ago during like the cucking of Adam Friedland was being talked about on Come Down. So I wanted to see the videos of the lore that I was listening to and sort of
We are
put
storming
put the
Dime Square.
pieces
I
of
don't,
the
dude,
puzzle together.
I don't know what the fuck is going on with these freaks. Like the whole Dime Square shit and the people that are fans of that.
I don't. What
It's-
is
it's
Dime
all-
Square? I don't know.
Dime Square is like Dasha and Anna, and I don't know what else, but it just seems like a bunch of sickly, malnourished women
I'm liking it.
enabling each other's bad habits.
Okay, sounds
and
like what women
behaviors.
do.
Yeah, it's just kind of what women do naturally, but they're like, I don't know, right wing also. I don't know, dude. It's an odd phenomenon that this
Is it a-
Dime Square.
Oh, so is that a nickname? I don't know.
Yeah, isn't Dime Square is like an actual place? There is like a store or something called Dime Square. I don't know, dude.
Drew,
It's
Drew
just
Huntley said he's
it's just
It's like the Billionaire Podcast Network, but they're the Dime Square.
yeah. I don't know. It's just a bunch of fucking mean bitches all being catty with each other. It's same shit, different toilet.
You know what?
Always been doing.
I'm figuring it out now. Dimes like they're tens, and squares like they're meeting someplace, like Arena of Ideas.
Yeah, but
It's
10
basically
being
the
like
hot chick Arena of Ideas.
10 being their daily caloric intake.
All right, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but I guess maybe honestly, probably the best thing that could happen for me if I got sued for defamation by one of these ladies. 'Cause-
Yeah.
Yeah, they
You-
can't
you
get blood
can't-
from a stone, and you're gonna get all that free
You guys
publicity.
should go to the
Yeah,
People's
exactly.
Court.
She should have sex with me.
Yeah, she does owe
Yeah.
you sex.
She does owe me. It's crazy how much sex Dasha owes me
Yeah.
for what she's
Yeah.
done to me. Dude, that's the funniest shit you've been doing lately. Drew. It's just like blatantly saying like, this woman owes me sex.
It's crazy when my account got erased of all the stuff that I said for sexual harassment, which not even close to what I see when I log on to Twitter. I'm trying to. She showed somebody was posting some pictures of her. I can't find her here. I don't know if they're doctored or whatever, but she looked very thin and disgusting.
She's very.
She lost a
very
lot of
skinny.
weight from when I picture her like the stuff that Perry posts from the jokes about everybody's like the 4-day weekend thing or whatever.
Oh,
But I'm looking at
Fridays
recent
in the
photos
4-H
of her,
hill.
and she looks like sickly skinny. I guess heroin chic is coming back. That's
Yeah,
kinda what
I
it
don't
was.
get it because they're not they're not even like necessarily smart or insightful or thoughtful or funny. So I don't.
well,
get it.
they're a meme, Dalton. That's the thing. They figured out the meme and they got a community around them, and
I like
we're
this.
working on it too.
I do have a solid case if it goes to Dork Court.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I don't know what's going on with them broads. I mean, salute to them for getting the bag, getting the Peter Thiel money. I mean, I don't understand. Like, they so vehemently deny the claim or act coy about it. But I mean, they're fucking like everything you see them doing. Like, whenever they go out to these events and whatever, it's like they're shaking hands and rubbing elbows with fucking RFK Jr. and Alex Jones and all these like prominent like right wing figures.
Can I say something?
It's like, okay, so the money's coming from some fucking where. It's not like y'all motherfuckers is not just getting rich on the Patreon. Like there's some astroturfing happening, and
of course, for a lot of these,
either y'all ain't know, like y'all are unwitting stooges, or y'all do know what's up, and you're just like being cheeky about it on the internet. But like, I can't. I mean, they might just be like very dumb, but they got to know, like, yeah, there's some fucking money's coming in through somewhere. You know what I mean? Like, even if, like when fucking Tim Pool was acting all bewildered, where he's like, the show is just making like $400,000 a month, and it's like, well, there's nothing that reflects that.
If the shadow government is listening to this, don't take this the wrong way, because Dalton will sell out.
Yeah,
he's made this apparently clear numerous times. If you want to turn Dalton, if you want to sway Dalton towards either side, he will sell out. Hey, I put a link in the private chat here. This is the one that I didn't even think was Dasha. I thought this was an AI of Dasha that Perry posted on Twitter.
Oh my God.
I didn't think that. I don't even know if this is her or if this is somebody that looks like her.
This is rough, dude. This is she's
If you guys want to go to, I mean, Dalton can share it, or if you guys want to go to Perry Alpha's whatever media, he posts
I'll
so much
share
you
it,
probably
man.
can't find.
Dude, she looks very emaciated here.
Yeah, but is that actually her?
I think that's her, man.
Can you blow that up so it's big? Yeah, there we go.
That's her.
Hold on.
That she does not look attractive there at all.
Image.
Yeah.
That it looks like the kind of body type where I'd be like, I'm attracted to this, and then I'd be like, wait, hold on, is there a bulge?
Yeah.
If there is, I'm even more attracted.
Yeah.
Yeah, she does not. That's not the Dasha that is in my mind's eye.
Nah, I think she's always looked like that.
Maybe.
Yeah,
I thought she had a little bit more weight in the face.
See, but I'm a skinny boy myself.
Yeah,
like
I mean, I need money right now. So, like, if either the meme coins are going to hit or Peter Thiel is going to hit me in the DMs, like, whichever
that's
one
how it
comes
works.
first.
Yeah, you're like a Ronin for political affiliation.
Yeah, Peter Thiel, he'll DM you and he'll be like, "Listen, I need you to come fuck this kid on video, but then after that, I'm going to give you $25K a month."
I'm the 7XL samurai. Folks, remember that. That's another one of my monikers now.
Yeah,
I'm the first billionaire podcaster, the Daniel Plainview of podcasting, the Golden Chocobo, and now the 7XL samurai.
The Puerto Rican rattlesnake.
Well, that's Lewis.
Oh.
I mean, at one point in time, they did.
It's hard for me to keep up with all you young kids.
At one time, I was the Dalton snake.
Yeah, I'm the Mexican garden snake.
Yeah. Yeah. That'll stick. That's catchy. It rolls off the tongue.
Good. The Mexican garden snake. Yeah, not particularly threatening. Can't really hurt you, and just would prefer it if you didn't bother me. I don't want nothing. I don't want no trouble. I'm just chilling. Yeah, dude. Yeah, we gotta get the money up. We gotta figure out how to get the money. I'm in on Blub.
It's going. The show is growing. We're getting good gas.
Is the Pepe of the Sui blockchain. Blub is looking good. My top 3 right now are XBT, which I've been shilling relentlessly in the comment section of Twitter Cole crypto accounts, key opinion leaders. Because what happens, you buy a meme coin and then it dips a lot. and you buy the dip. It keeps dipping. You buy the next dip. You buy enough dips where you go, I ain't got no more dips left in me, so this motherfucker is going to have to bounce at some point.
Yeah.
I can't keep buying these dips. So I initially bought XBT at like a $9 million market cap. So it was like 0.009, which is like established for a meme coin. That's like pretty high for a meme coin. And then it dipped to like 0.005. I said, okay, I'll buy this dip. And then it dipped to like 0.002. And I was like, all right, one more dip. And then it went all the way down to like 0.0007. And I was like, I'm fucked on XBT.
Yeah, I've done
that
that times.
What happens is you get in on it and you go, all right, there's got to be a way to fix this. And then you look at the Telegram group and the Twitter account and all that. There's a community. There's thousands of us there saying this is the future of crypto. We know it. We believe it. We gotta hold on to it. Buy more if you can, and shill it as much as possible. You have to memify it. You have to make it the meme.
Yeah.
Like, what is a meme? But it's just a repeated thought or belief. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's all. That's what it. So it's all memes. You know, all of it from the beginning of time, right? So I've been like relentlessly shilling it. Like I go in the Telegram group and they're like, we need to shill this. We need to get some raids going. And I go, all right, I got you guys. I got like 10,000 Twitter followers. I got the blue check. Let me hit up the comment sections. So I'll go in the replies on these big like Twitter crypto accounts. Just post something about XBT, hit the contract address, and give a screenshot. And then I'll go in the Telegram group and I'll post the link to what I replied, and then so they can all find it.
Yeah.
So they'll all like my reply, retweet it, respond to it. Then the Cole will see it. And so the goal is to get the Coles, the accounts with hundreds of thousands of followers, to pay attention to this meme coin and then themselves shill it. That's when we're in the money. So
it only takes
XBT dipped all the way down from when I found it at 0.009 to 0.0007. It's back up to 0.002 now. So we breathe light. We gave it the Goku Spirit Bomb, and now it's holding pretty well. I am, depending on the day, either breaking even or in the profit or a little bit negative, but it's holding really well. So I'm very bullish on that one. And then there's blow. Whoa, there's blow up the Pepe of the Sui blockchain. There's XBT. The other one, my third is Blackcoin. That's another one that's doing pretty good. So those are my top three. My top is XBT. XBT equals one BTC. It's the Bitcoin theme meme coin on the Solana blockchain. It's the future of crypto. This is not financial advice. Do your own research and never invest more than you can afford to lose.
Unless you want to win big.
Unless you want to win big. Scared money don't make money.
Buy scratchers.
There was a viral video of like Andrew Tate just talking about.
One second, I gotta take a phone call real quick.
And he's basically just there saying like, look, if you're down right now, just keep maxing your credit cards out. Just keep buying the meme coins, keep grinding away, keep working on the business. Never give up, because when you spend that last dollar, that's when you make it. And it's funny to watch it go viral, because I did have that experience in my life, just like grinding away, trying to figure it all out, but always like waking up, scheming, going through cryptos, learning DeFi, and then like right when I was like, well, that's it, I'm gonna go up to the mountains and just have an accident. Like it all just worked out.
Yeah.
And I made the money. But you need some of that like anxiety to get up and grind it. If you're doing well, you kind of lose some of that anxiety that makes you work.
For me, I kept on putting my last dollar in. Every time I get a paycheck, I'd put a pretty penny into it. And, $3,000 later, I was like, I don't think I want to do this anymore. I think I'm done with losing money to probably Indian scam artists.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, Drew, that's because you're doing these fucking long shot moonshots on Pump Fun at like
No, I don't do
10,000?
the pump fund. I don't do the pump fund. I was scouring Deck
You're on
Screener
decks?
and yeah, I was on Deck Screener. I was on what's the other one? I
DeFi
can't remember the name.
Llama.
No, it was like the one where the little logo is like a little gator. I can't remember.
On
the name.
Gecko?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
Gecko.
something like that.
Coin
But-
Gecko is like agitator or whatever it's called.
But yeah,
Yeah, coin
know.
agitator.
it was
Yeah.
like $3,000 down the drain, and I was like, okay, I'm going.
Well,
back
that's
to
the thing
scratch.
about that. Look, when you do any kind of trading, you're going to lose, thousands, if not tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars before you win.
Yeah.
You
You got to
all
have
the
some money on the chain for when the bull run comes.
Exactly. The bull run. I keep seeing that every day. Like they keep saying like this cycle and the bull run and blah blah blah, and I'm like, I don't think any of y'all motherfuckers know what you're talking about. He said
Yeah.
nothing you're saying is happening.
Yeah,
I don't know what cycle you think we're in.
So we did kind of get fucked out of the cycle this time around. It looked like it was going to be a huge pump that went like parabolic when Trump won. It's 4 years. The Bitcoin halving just happened. So right, like all that lining up all at once would typically like 10x everything that you're holding in the past. And this year it kind of just went up, stalled out, and then burnt. And like many coins, including like Ethereum, are worth less right now than they were this time last year. And this is like one of the first times that that's ever happened.
Yeah, the whole market's been underperforming except for Bitcoin, but I don't know what they mean by the like. I know that there's like cycles that have happened, but the market itself is so new and unpredictable that I'm like, I don't know what you think is like happening or supposed to happen, or that there's like any sort of schedule for anything.
Well, the Bitcoin halving, when that happens, it basically triggers a couple of things to go on to the market, which makes Bitcoin harder to get, which should then pump it. And this year it kind of did, and it fell right around the election, and it won't happen again for another 4 years.
Right. I know that the cycles are
but
supposed to be
never-
every 4 years,
Yeah.
but if it's just like centered around
Actually,
the Bitcoin
3 years
halving,
now. It's the next halving's in 2028.
yeah, if it's just centered around the Bitcoin halving, then that means the market is just still like psychologically pegged to Bitcoin. I don't know if that's going to continue.
So what typically happens is like, so you have Bitcoin, right? Originally, the money would flood into Bitcoin during the halving because there's less of it. So they're thinking that it's going to go up. Then it does go up and pump. And then people hold some of that money. They pull some profits. It pulls back a little bit. And then before there was all these exchanges and stuff, if you wanted to own something like Bitcoin Cash or Litecoin or whatever, it was actually pegged to Bitcoin. So you were buying Bitcoin / Bitcoin Cash. And in order to sell your Bitcoin Cash, you couldn't get cash for it. So if you own Bitcoin Cash,
You
would
swap it
sell
for Bitcoin.
You had to sell it for Bitcoin and sell the Bitcoin for cash. So anything that was on the other side of Bitcoin propped up the price, because if like you have Bitcoin here and you have like, $1 billion in other assets that have to be sold to get into Bitcoin before they can go to cash, there's like a second layer of finances.
Right.
And so now that creates the altcoin market where like the money comes into Bitcoin. And then recently I was watching like USDT, USDC, and a DAI and 2 other stable coins were the top 5 24-hour volume coins. So a bunch of money was going into stable coins. And then you watch it and you say, is that money coming from crypto or is it coming from fiat? And it was coming from crypto. So people were selling their crypto
sidelining
into stable coins. Yeah. If the stable coin volume goes up huge in 24 hours and then you track it back to fiat, meaning people are turning fiat cash into held currency on the blockchain, but not buying Bitcoin, the next move is that they're going to take that money and then buy crypto, which is going to drive the price up. And then when that's up, if it's going back into stable coins again, it means it's just going to come back down. But if it's disappearing out of there, but the stable coins aren't going up, it means it's going into altcoins. And then the altcoins have their altcoin season cycle. So now all your secondary coins should be rising because the money's flowing in that direction.
Yeah, because like all the like a lot of people profit on Bitcoin and will sell. Like you have the holders, just like the Bitcoin maxis.
Yeah.
But then you have like a lot of people who pull profits out of Bitcoin and then will rotate that into like Ethereum and Solana, XRP, Suvi, whatever. And that's like what kicks off the alt season. And then from the alt season, we have the meme coin super cycle, super season.
Yeah.
So all the money
it's
flows from
basically
Bitcoin
it's
to the
basically
alt.
People all this money in the blockchain, the secondary blockchain, which is the altcoins, and then they're like, okay, time to gamble to see if I can make even more money with other crypto people to put back into these stable assets, and then that kicks off the meme cycle.
Yeah, because that's my financial strategy is to make like $2 million on meme coins, right?
Yeah.
And then take like
guys, again, this is financial advice. Take out your notepad.
Yeah, and then I'll take like some of that and buy like 5 whole Bitcoins.
Yeah.
And then like the rest of it put into like,
scratchers.
Yeah. So that way at least I have 5 Bitcoins.
With a Debbie stock.
Holds value. And then everything else is rotating into scratchers. Yeah. So that
maybe buy a jelly roll.
The Scratcher super cycle coming up.
The Scratcher super cycle is coming. It's all going to go from Bitcoin to altcoins to meme coins to then Scratchers.
Oh, when I was in my, I want to say teens, but it was probably early 20s. My buddies, like once a month, would be like, "Do you want to have a Scratcher super cycle?" And we would all like put in $20 to $50, which was a shit ton of money for us back then. Like minimum wage is like $5.75, maybe lower, $5.25.
It's like less than $2. It's only gone up. It's gone up by less than $2.
It might have been lower than that. It might have been like that. Might have been when I was older. It might have been like $3.75. But anyways,
fuck it. By the way, minimum wage hit $7.25 when I was in high school. So by the time I got my first job, it was $7.25, and it's been like over a decade since then, and it's still $7.25 at like the federal level.
Socially, it's still kind of like 15 now, 12 to 15. Right?
I know a lot of places, will have their own minimum wage, and I think a lot of places 15. Yep. Some of them I've seen as high as 20. I kind of agree with Zoran that it should be 30, but wages never kept up with inflation, so even the suggestion of that has people saying like, well, Sharia law has come to America. Well, they're running these attacks.
But isn't it like if the minimum wage is 30, then everything else would just become more expensive, right? Am I being retarded?
I don't know. You're right. Nothing scaled with inflation, so like inflation kept going up, but none of the wages ever went up with it. So like now that it's like this stagflation thing that's happening where our whole fucking perception of it is like so off kilter that we can't even like fathom anybody being able to make any money working.
So here's the thing. First of all, the super cycle was us putting all money in and scratching tickets and losing zero, but with all of us pooled in.
Winning zero.
Winning zero, yeah. But so the thing with the minimum wage is there's 2 arguments. The one is like from my point of view, if the minimum wage is zero, you don't cut anybody off from the bottom ladder. So like in a true free market, you want everybody to be able to enter. Like you want like a Down syndrome guy who wants a job. You want to be able to allow him a barrier of entry to like sweep floors where you can pay him a wage and it's not controlled. So you're not cutting anybody out. But if they're going to control the whole money cycle, like right now, and you were to go back and not take us off the gold standard, and people were still getting paid the minimum wage of like 2 silver pieces per hour, the minimum wage of silver compared to back then before the Federal Reserve went off the gold standard, now you'd be making $150 in comparison to what you would have been paid. That would be roughly what that same amount of silver would be worth today that people were getting paid back then. And so they're controlling every aspect of the economy because they're like, we're the government, that's what we get to do. but they're not controlling the wage. That's why people are upset. So it's like, okay, if you're going to have a system and the government controls every aspect of it, well, then you're supposed to also control this minimum wage, and you're supposed to raise it, and it's going to create inflation, like Drew said, and then you just raise it again, and everything is supposed to raise as need be. That's why Keynesian economics fails. But like you're saying, if you're going to control every aspect, why are you keeping the wages so
I think
low?
the government, as I've said many times before, should give me money.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they
You
love
know
it.
what? Not just me, everybody.
There
The
should
Repub-
well, not everybody, but there should be like a cool dude grant. You know what I mean? Where if you're like,
There should be a cool dude grant you can
Yeah.
apply for.
yeah,
Yeah. Look, I don't bother anybody. I'm just a Mexican garden snake. I'm just chilling here. I don't bother anybody. Can I just have some money?
cool.
They're
and
gonna
I'm
have to
chill.
fucking do something. They're gonna like if they're gonna fucking if like all these tech overlords are gonna automate everything and like force us into like a permanent serf class, then it's like, okay, well then you want to return to feudalism, then fucking give me a house and give me everything I need to survive. Because otherwise, like if you want to do if you want to like get rid of my ability to generate income for myself, but then ask me to still make income, generate income, well, that doesn't work. So either like give me money, or I guess we'll like take to the streets and cut your fucking heads off. I don't know. Like,
All right. Now I'm listening. The
Yeah.
tree of liberty
That's
must
what
be
I'm saying.
watered from time to time with the blood of tyrants, Dalton.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're creating a completely unsustainable situation where it's like, okay, you want to automate everything and create like a technocratic civilization that where, you know, you guys control all the technology and the technology does everything, and then the rest of us, you know, still have to live here. And so it's like, but as it's been, we have to work to generate income to pay our way through life. So you took away the work, which is what made the income, but now you're still asking for income. But there's no way to get the income. So it's like either give me the money or create some new thing where I at least can survive. Otherwise, yeah, it's a river of blood, you know?
yeah.
You're going to see more Luigi's and Mario's and Wario's and Donkey
Yeah.
Kong,
So
And peaches.
Peaches.
they talk about this in economics.
Peaches come
And
from a can.
one of the common themes throughout history is the people of the time feel as if things are getting worse, but on a long enough timeline, looking back, things have always been getting better. So they're from
Libertas.
you see, yeah. So from these standpoints of view, there's no better time to be alive than right now. This is
For sure. Trust me, dog.
So like
the past fucking sucked.
Yeah.
I don't want to live in the past ever at any point.
Yeah, we are blessed
maybe
for
like
living
that-
right now. As much as it sucks, our sucking is not like I think I've told this story before, but me and my buddy laugh about his grandfather didn't have a thumb, and we asked him why, and he was like, "Well, I was down in the coal mines in the morning, and I cut my thumb off, and I had to put it in my pocket because the elevator didn't come up until nighttime."
I guess maybe it would have been sick to be a boomer, like to get to like live in the like
buy a cheap house.
the booming economy of post World War II America.
Yeah.
You guys
Just
think
sucked
Gen
and fucked
X's
all
suck?
through the 60s?
No, boomers suck. Just
Boomers had it the best. They got to buy a cheap house, and women still had to be obedient.
Yeah, but
I
they're
mean, if you just look at the
also
lives
all
they got
just
to live.
drinking and doing Valium and stuff. They're not connected. They have no creativity or like emotional connection. So they have their own bullshit stuff that they.
I know
go
that,
through.
but if you look at the lives they got to live, they got to suck and fuck as much as they wanted in the 60s. Do all the drugs, have fun, buy a house for like $20,000.
Yeah,
and it does seem like they had the world handed to them.
Yes,
on
but
a
also
fucking silver platter, and then they just like.
But there was still fat incels and bearded, toothless guys in the 60s that weren't getting all that. So the history writes it as being cool because they're like, this is all the hippies and stuff. But like most of those people didn't end up being rich Hillary Clintons. All the hippies didn't
No.
end up. Most of them didn't end up Bill and Hillary Clinton rich. In
Even
the end.
even the
They
incel
ended up
boomers.
MK Ultra. Like there's a lot of Charles Mansons that came out.
Yeah,
of the
I mean,
70s
I
too.
agree that like if you look at any time in the past and look at like the material conditions of like any decade prior to like where we are now, it's like, oh, it all fucking sucked. The past sucks. It's all bad up until right this moment and moving forward. It's like we are hopefully getting better.
I mean,
overall.
the coolest thing that we have is pornography online in our hands, but like it's
Yeah,
also
you've seen
ruining our lives.
Yeah, you've seen so many more boobs and butts and sex than anybody's ever seen
Dude,
in history.
no,
They saw like
Dude,
3
I
boobs
love
their whole
boobs and
life.
butts.
Dude, the boomers had it the best.
I
They
fucking
were-
love looking at boobs and butts.
yeah, me too, dude. I look at it too much daily.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I definitely do.
Now the boomers were sucking and fucking. They had deeds and were spreading seed and
Seeds and seeds, baby.
seeds and seeds.
Well, so I googled Greek costume today, and I was hoping to find like gold chains and like a wife beater with stains on it or whatever. But all the Greek costumes that come up is a dude in a yoga with the laurel helmet on or whatever.
Yeah.
So when you think back of Greece, that's what people think of. And then when they think back of that same time, they like, oh, they're butt fucking. And it's like, well, no, the Spartans were butt fucking. The Thracians were being slaves. The people in Athens were doing military and democracy. And even right now in the United States, the North is different than the South and the West and the Midwest. But when Japan looks at us, they just see fat people. So we have a time. We have like we kind of romanticize what we want to pull out of errors. And so when we look back at the 60s, like, man, I would have loved to just be fucking, doing drugs, getting money. But we would just be us, like being like, man, we're still not getting fucked even in the 70s, and this sucks because now everybody's online saying women are being whores, right? And they're fucking everybody. Why aren't they fucking me?
Yeah,
How come women are the biggest whores in history, but at the same time we have the
used to
biggest
think like
incel
that.
population in history?
how come women owe us sex?
Yeah. You know what?
How come women don't owe us sex anymore?
Speaking of the
It's the
deficit,
whole online community.
I'm owed a lot of sex, and somebody better start fucking paying up. Or I'll take what's mine.
Yeah, there's no 7-year erasure on owing sex. You owe sex.
That's the old
You owe
that's
for
the old
life.
Bernie bit. Like the old Bernie Sanders is the redistribution of the pussy. It's like we're always redistributing the men's money, but let's start redistributing some of this female pussy around.
Yeah, there should be universal basic pussy.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. So like looking forward, right? People are going to be like, oh yeah, back in 2024, the women were promiscuous. They would just go on an app and they would sleep with all these men or whatever. And they're like, Grandpa, is that your experience of what it was like in 2025? And you're like, not exactly. I was on the internet making memes, talking to other men in chats.
I think that's a good point. We have a class action lawsuit against women on our hands. They owe us pussy. Dude, I remember that. I remember
Who is this Jay Dinzen? I think he probably took
he's a real
liquidity.
He's a real ass.
He's the meme guy that's rugging you every night. It looks like by his profile picture.
I remember in college when Tinder first came out when I was in college. I remember this guy pitching it to me, and he said, "Bro, it's fuck city." And I downloaded it and just immediately just got depressed because I was swiping and like nothing. No, I was imagining, and I was like, "Well, this is just like making me sad." So I just never. Here and there throughout the years, I would go through it again, and it was always the same experience. And so like my whole fucking life has just been like surrounded by a bunch of people telling me how awesome a time they're having, sucking and fucking, and then just like me teetering on some sort of extreme act of violence because I'm like getting so.
Can I say something? I have a new female friend that watched last week's episode with Josie or whatever. And we've been talking back and forth, and she wholeheartedly said to me, she's like, and women are retarded and they don't have any idea what men go through in dating. So I will preface this. But she said to me, Oh, Dalton should just go on Hinge. He could totally get laid. He's fun. He's handsome. He's too hard on himself. He got on Hinge and just started liking a bunch of women. He's like, there's plenty of women on there that like big country boys. So she's also a female and she's retarded, but
Yeah, I've had
that was
plenty of
her
women.
thought.
I've had plenty of women over the years give me that. That seems to be the only thing they know how to say is like, just get on the apps. And I'm like,
Yeah.
it's
Just
a different
be
experience.
yourself.
Yeah, it's a completely different experience as a guy. I'm not saying it does. Like, I'm sure you've had.
I've had good luck on Hinge myself.
Well,
I did spend $20 and like the shit out of a ton of photos because you got to get through and whatever. So it's a whatever. So I probably did like 2,000 likes and ended up getting like 60 matches, maybe 10 numbers, and then dates from those numbers or whatever. So it's a numbers game, but for $20 for a week, you get unlimited. So you just have to sit there and be like, yup, nope. And anybody who's just like grotesque, you just like, no. But just about everybody else, you're like, all right, if I had 2 beers in me and I was horny, would I? Okay, she's getting a like. And then when she gets back to you, you can make a decision if you still want to not like it or whatever. But
Don't.
I was in the motherfucking pocket at when like everything was going well. The podcast was doing good. I was the toast of podcasting.
yeah, but the economy's worse now.
New York and all that. And so it was like I was going places where more and more there were just like women who knew of me from the internet. And so it was like that was just like I was starting to get that kind of that layup where I could just like easily go talk to women because I was feeling more confident anyway. And they already like knew of me from whatever they had seen me on. So it was like, nice. I'm finally all the sex I'm owed will be paid back to me. And then it just kind of, I went crazy and now I have to like rebuild my whole life. But trust me, that ledger is still there. I'm, that I am keeping track. I have.
Yeah, you have a list. You're checking it twice.
Yeah, trust me. I will come to collect.
The apps have beautiful ladies of all size, shapes, and colors on there. Now they have a new category, non-binary, so you can get a couple of those people.
I think we're all on the same page with like the trans thing. Maybe we have some different views. We have whatever. When it comes to
I'm not against non-binary.
I think we're all on the same page with non-binary.
With some non-binary people.
That shit ain't real.
Yeah.
I think we can all agree that shit ain't real. That ain't real.
What are you, fucking Neo?
Yeah, yeah. It's like, look, you do have. I mean, make a fucking choice. Even like not choosing is a choice. So it's like, okay, you don't like. So you make a fucking decision.
I actually understand non-binary a little bit more though. Like you never like on that Feld app or whatever, right? They ask you if you're dominant, a submissive, or a switch, and some other stuff too, right? But like some days, you might be like dominant most days where you want to get the woman, you want to take that, blah, blah, blah. But other days, maybe you're submissive, maybe you want to lay back. So I think that's kind of like the non-binary idea is like, I kind of feel like a little like lady today. I kind of feel a little bit masculine today, whatever. And they that's what they're saying. And within that, I understand that more than wanting to change my physical body. Is it being how you're feeling about your confidence that day?
They're like Two-Face.
Yes. I told the story here, but Drew's never heard it. When I was going through my psychological break, I used to carry a coin on me, and I had tough time making decisions because I thought I was doing everything wrong, but I also thought that God was helping me. So I started flipping coins and like, okay, heads means yes, tails means no. I should do this. But then you flip it and you're so crazy that you just keep flipping it till you get the answer you want. Anyways, yeah. Well, but I had a Two-Face. I went through Two-Face phase. Yeah.
Yeah, we all went through a Two-Face, Anton Chigurh phase.
Yeah, but I think, I don't know, whatever. It can also make you depressed because like when I was on Tinder like years ago too, and you're swiping and you're like, somebody fucking match with me. Oh, this is who matches with me. This is what you think of me, Tinder. And then it does make you depressed when
By the way,
you're not getting any matches.
We'll wrap up with this. Let's step into the celluloid, cinema celluloid silo for a second.
Okay.
Because so of the Coen brothers oeuvre, however you say that word, and just in the movie, the history of movies, a lot of people say like that the scariest, most evil, sociopathic, horrible villain that has been in a Coen brothers movie and just in movies is Anton Chigurh, right?
Yeah.
Is Javier Bardem?
Is that Bert Kreischer's partner?
No.
Oh.
No, I don't even want to give him that kind of any sort of comparison in that way, because Anton Chigurh is awesome.
The twisted mind of Anton Chigurh.
the twisted mind of Anton Chigurh. But yeah, so Javier Bardem in No Country for Old Men, they say, is like the most just horrible, violent, reprehensible character, in movies, right? Well, I recently, like a couple nights ago, I rewatched Burn After Reading. Drew, have you seen Burn After Reading?
Yeah.
Has that got Brad Pitt in it?
Yeah. It's all stacked cast: Brad Pitt, John Malkovich, George Clooney. And a perennial Coen brothers favorite, Francis McDormand.
Okay, I just looked up Antoine. I remember him from the Magnificent Seven. Magnificent Seven, yeah.
But upon rewatching Burn After Reading, I would say that actually the most reprehensible, evil character that they've created that's ever been in a movie is Linda Litsky, Frances McDormand's character in Burn After Reading. She is such a fucking psycho. She's like such a manipulative, just self-centered fucking bitch in that movie, that as I was watching it, I was like, she's scarier than Anton Chigurh.
Yeah. Oh, she's the Fargo lady.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Frances McDormand is an incredible actor, because like in Fargo, you love her. You're like, this is Fargo and Blood Simple. You like her acting, her characters in those movies. You go, well, I'm on her side completely, and I love this woman. I would do anything to protect her. And then in Burn After Reading, you're like, yo, somebody needs to fucking kill this bitch. She's ruining everyone's lives. That's just, just thinking about, the movies and character development and how characters are written, all that. It's like, obviously, everybody's going to say Anton Chigurh is like the scariest villain of all time. I'm going to just like throw something at you to chew on. It might be Linda Litsky.
Yeah.
Women are scary.
It also might be Jesus from The Big Lebowski. He was like
he's a pedophile.
Yeah, but we don't have to worry about him. Only kids do.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. He tried to make what's his name Bull on Shabbat. That's pretty. What I mean.
I'm a blood.
I'm just saying, I'm not scared of a pedophile. I don't like them, but I'm just not scared of one.
I'm a Blood Simple enjoyer. I'm a Blood Simple truther. I think that's it is an underrated movie, and it's really fun to watch because it's like you're seeing all of their influences. Like they're figuring out how to make a movie together and how to actually take all the things that made them want to make a movie and actually make a movie. And so there's like shots in Blood Simple that clearly they had just watched Evil Dead. Like they're definitely like imitating or drawing from Sam Raimi to do like some of the camera work in Blood Simple.
Oh, like South Park has done that. Quentin Tarantino.
Of course. Any good artist steals from all the things they like to make something new. I think Blood Simple is like a fun movie because like
they do it on purpose to get to cause a thing about it so that the people go watch what it came from.
Right. Well, yeah, there's that, but it's like over the course of like the Coen brothers' career, eventually they get to where they create their own language where it's like this is like a Coen Brothers movie, and then you can see their influence in other directors that like were inspired by them, right? But like when you watch Blood Simple, you can see like they don't have exactly their Coen Brothers thing down yet. So you see all of the influences more clearly. So it's like it's not as polished a movie as like something like Big Lebowski or Oh Brother Where Art Thou or their later works, but it's really good. It's a really well done movie, and ain't nothing can be bad if it's got Emmett Walsh in it. I'll say that. Like he's amazing, and I'm always happy to see him. So if you haven't seen Blood Simple,
that's the big cowboy guy.
Yeah, in Blood Simple, he's like he's sort of like a prototype for Anton Chigurh. Like
well, he always kind of plays that same character though. Like well, I guess not. I've seen him in a couple of cowboy hat movies.
Emmett Walsh was a very consummate, amazing professional character actor. He
does a couple comedies too, doesn't he?
He's been in everything. He's one of these character actors. So he's in everything. He's in like 1,000 movies and TV shows. I think the last thing I saw him in was in it was like the second or third season of Righteous Gemstones. He plays John Goodman's dad. And he was really good in that. He was always great. So folks, check out Emmett Walsh. In fact,
the Jerk. That's what I was trying to remember.
Yes, he was the assassin in the Jerk, the shooter.
Yeah. So he's done comedies.
He's been in everything, dude. He was amazing. Blade Runner.
His number 4 on IMDb. It's Blade Runner, Blood Simple, The Jerk, and then Critters.
Yeah, Critters.
1986 Critters.
He's in everything, dude. A really fun one is it's like in the first season of Tales from the Crypt. It might be like the 3rd or 4th episode of the show. He has a really fun role in that. Because
he's in Tales of the Crypt.
Yeah, Tales from the Crypt was like each episode was like a whole new cast and all that. So Tales from the Crypt would always have like new actors and established actors coming through. There were some pretty big names that came through Tales from the Crypt. But Emmett Walsh is in an early episode. That's a fun one. So yeah, folks, I mean, check out Blood Simple, check out Tales from the Crypt, subscribe to the Patreon for this channel, patreon.com/cornfed with Dalton Pruitt. I'm going to upload a new Cornfed either tomorrow or Monday, a new Patreon for Cornfed. So stay tuned for that. I got to hit up Pandatron, actually. We got to start doing that again. Drew, anything?
Check out Dork Court on Monday. Twitch.tv/like Kool-Aid, youtube.com/@dorkcourt. I think we're starting at 9 p.m. Eastern Central from this place that we got called The Rose. Should be pretty fun. Sydney Gant, Ryan Shaner.
Really, both of those guys are great. I've seen them multiple times at Skankfest. Really nice guys too. I've met them. Good guys.
Sydney's a really sweet fella.
Yeah, he's one of the good ones, guys. Sydney. he married a white lady. He's conservative.
He was very supportive and said a lot of nice, good things to me after my snafu, and he's a good dude. I haven't talked to him in forever. I don't want to get in all that.
I talked to Sydney at Skankfest 2022. Ran into him after a set in the tank where he felt bad because you can't see because of the lighting. And I was like, dude, you crushed it in there. And he's like, did I? I was like, yeah, well, you can't hear the laughter. And he's like, no, you can't hear it because it's set up right. I'm like, oh, I do. And he's like, thank you so much. He's like, I've been spiraling in my head, dude. You just saved me. And I was like, oh, dude, you're the man. So he really authentic when I met him. Nice guy. So,
he's really cool.
Yeah.
So he'll be on Dork Court. When is that?
That's Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern.
9 p.m. Eastern, dude, on the Eastern Seaboard.
Yeah, out of New York City, the Big Apple.
XBT just jumped up, by the way. So, folks,
Yeah, so if you had bought XPT when we talked about it at the beginning of the show,
You would already
you'd
be
up.
making money,
You've
baby.
already made money. So
I'm in. I kind of went overboard. I have we put too much money in it. So I really need to keep shilling it.
Hey, if you guys are, a lot of you guys are going to tune in next week. Drew's a friend of the show. We appreciate him kicking off the Alpha Podcast Month here at Cornfed. But tell your family, tell your friends, share the podcast, because next week, Naeem Ali on July 5th, I mean, just like Shayner and Cindy Gant, up and coming Philly comedian, that Philly crew that's in there. I don't know if it's the darkness of Philly or whatever, but so many funny guys coming out.
Yeah,
of there.
the Philly, the funniness of Philly.
It's the new Boston, I think.
Yeah, so Naeem will be here. So for all y'all that hate Dave, at least give him a thank you for reaching out to these people, and because I'm not going to do that.
Naeem's cool. I met him 2023 at Starbucks. Producer Natalie introduced the two of us. Then he hated me because he didn't know that we had hung in Skankfest when he first interacted with me on Twitter, and now we're cool again. So he's a real one too. Nice guy when I met him. So I want to talk to him about being Afrocentric next week.
Okay, so
and his mother in the Muslim Brotherhood, and his mother's Afrocentric. I've had a little bit of talk with them, but I haven't got to like talk about it, because that is the archetype of Black people that I grew up around the most. So they're a dying breed. I shouldn't use that word. But they're phasing out the Afrocentric militant family. They're the best. Yeah. So tune in for that,
Fred
guys.
Hampton.
Yeah, he's a big bump for us. We love having Drew, friend of the show. Drew's welcome.
Drew, thank you for coming on and hanging out for
like
4 hours.
No problem.
We could definitely not getting pussy.
Definitely still being owed pussy.
Yeah, but Drew, you're welcome anytime. Come on whenever. We could talk scratchers.
Yeah.
All right. Well, folks, Patreon, thank you for tuning in. Tell 7 friends about it. Bring 7 friends to the show next time. Yeah. And then have each one of them bring 7 friends.
Naeem has never been on Cornfed, by the way. Jaded.
Naeem only been on the
premier Crowder Boys show, Wednesday night live.
Yeah. Crowder Boys is every Wednesday live at 7 p.m. Eastern on youtube.com/@thecrowderboys. This channel is Cornfed, and we're live here for the Cornfed Saturday night show every Saturday starting at 10 p.m. Eastern. And then just throughout the week, there's things happening here. You'll be notified if you're subscribed to the channel. And if I can wrangle Sal, he'll be, we'll hit him.
Yeah, I've been reaching out to Sal. He's a tough cat, but I've been trying to get him on the show as well. So fingers crossed.
Yeah, I mean, me and Sal just did something 2 days ago. It's up on the channel. Like, we streamed it live. And then so Sal is like, supposed to be part of Cornfed, but I don't know where he is. Yeah. But hey, folks, all that's to say thank you and good night.
Bye. And I have some e-girls lined up for after the Alpha.